Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, and this is Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 7, Ashes of Tomorrow. We shall begin with introductions momentarily when everybody is available. We do have two others that also stream this campaign, and so we're going to let their intros get done, and then we'll get started properly. But yeah, hello everybody. Thank you so much for coming by, and just bear with me a moment while we get started. Alright, I'm done with my intro.
Hooray.
Yay.
It kind of sucks having it down to a science sometimes.
Aw.
Because now I'm sitting here like, I'm done with my intro, let's go. Let's start this.
I'm getting cheesed.
Well, good. You deserve the cheese.
Boy,
This is delicious.
Cheese
it is
great. The cheese makes the meal.
all the way through my intro.
I'm back to with my intro complete elated. Why
Yeah.
is it not? Oh wait, wrong screen. Talking about Final Fantasy XIV made me put us on the Final Fantasy XIV screen.
And thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I do things. I'm just gonna throw people's links in my chat because apparently my SL command is not working right now for some reason.
Truly,
We'll
this
deal with it
is
later.
The dankest dungeon.
Your bot breaks so
Epic World
much.
14
I know when I
$6
pay for it
and
too, so it's
36
annoying.
cents.
I have
Money.
showed it.
Enjoy.
Shouted. I have shouted out. Yes, I have shouted out both Razim and Era.
Epic.
And thank you for the follow Green Party 64. Go ahead, Zim.
Epic, thank you
Yeah,
so
Epic,
much
thank
for
you for the
that
money.
tip. Yes.
Epic is a cutie face.
Yes, go poke Era, even though you shouted out the wrong Era there, dear. You forgot the underscores in there.
Thank you for the tip.
Dothings cheered with 100 eggy bitties. Razim
I don't get it.
Pat.
I don't know why my bot's not working. Ping. He's here. He's just not working. Okay, that's fine. Nibbles. Dang it, Nibbles. Thank you so much for the tip, Epic Bro. Should we go to story time?
Intros maybe? First
intros.
and then... Yeah.
Oh, right. Guess we should do that. Hello, my name is Drunk Dragonair over on Drunk Dragonair's channel because I'm too lazy to state it out loud. I am your GM for tonight and number one dad and things, stuff, such, and whatnot. Hi. Go ahead, Key.
Hello everyone, I'm Karsus, or Key. I'm playing Last Lost, the Paladin. Next should be Vari.
I'm Vari, and yeah, I'm playing the mute musician Kitsune Fred. And Viv, do the thing.
I'm Viv. Play Earl Brinecoat, Cat Shark Ranger. I bite them.
So far, he's the only one who is capable of reaction damage.
Who's what? Oh, yes. I am the damage.
Yes, the damage.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Including emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
One
Just look
sec.
at me.
$100 ain't gonna
Oh.
be sticking around,
Uh-oh.
but got a little I can spare, so figured I'd help a friend.
Uh-oh.
Foxine, thank you so very much for that tip. Thank you so much for helping out and supporting the channel. I really appreciate it.
Damn.
Alright, Zim, I think it's you.
Hello everybody, I am Raw Zim, and I am playing Paint, the African wild dog, who is a fae and sentient feral, and he is a kineticist.
And Taigo.
Yes, hello. I am Taigo. I am playing Dr. Gerhard Volt. I mean, you can tell from the name, he's German. He's a doctor, he's an artificer, and I may or may not have based half his personality on Dr. Wiley.
May or may not. We'll never know.
He's not an absolutely batshit insane mad scientist who craves all of the attention and is willing to destroy most in his way to get it.
Oh no.
There we go. Now we can go to story time with Darren. I know order of things. I am a capable person and a professional streamer, of course.
But what about introducing you, Era?
I did introduce myself.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He just wants to do it again.
Fine, cheese already. Sure, we'll do the cheese right away. Why is there another cheese? There's only two.
Probably start story time because we've got 9 pages. Wait, no, not
Oh,
9
boy.
pages, 11 pages.
Why the fuck does it?
Henceforth-
Why does it? Thank you for that.
Oh.
Why?
Thank you, Zim.
Oh,
I think I broke the
Why,
Tiago.
why
with that
does? Why is
biz.
my Twitch list listing you as Razim +1?
Oh, probably because I still have the, yeah, I got Stream Together open still. That should be fixed.
Okay, so it's you and telling me it's you and someone else, not that you are a masterwork and have been enchanted.
Correct. I
Well,
amended that,
okay,
so that
so
should be
it
fixed
could-
now.
It could be both.
I've just never seen the +1 by a name before, and I was like, what
Darn
does
it.
what does +1?
Vari already beat me to it.
Lol.
Right, I'm going to start up the recap. 'cause
Floor
we're
is
in-
yours.
Last time
What-
was session
What are the
6.
yellow squares?
Cheese.
Ah, yes.
Oh, those are cheeses.
Yes, people keep keep wanting to cheese Darren. Last time was session 6. War never changes. We left off the session prior, going off to get doses of Wismuth Salix for anti-nausea purposes. Because where we're going, we may need it. First order of business after doses of anti-nausea medicine are acquired is to get Paint some armor. While Paint sits in front of some fancy armors and tries to beg Lost for them, they are far outside the Paladin's price range. Instead, he commissions some masterwork-studded leather for Paint, which takes next to no time at all to be completed, because time is wonky in Twilight. Seeing Fret looking at some fancy chainmail, Shoal lends them a few seals to also upgrade their armor situation. Rather than armor for himself, Lost has his bow touched up and finely tuned. Not that anyone can blame him for being tired of missing shots. Once shopping is complete, Fragment head out of the city to Edgeside so they can reacquire their cough. Can't go anywhere without Dextrol, after all. On arrival, the team sees Dex hard at work training. Although when Lost calls upon him, however, he immediately responds. Dextrol lets the rest of the team know he's been spoken to about his tardiness. While he can still only enter or exit a sphere once a day, he will answer as immediately as possible when the word Saracen is used. Saracen is the name of the town where Dextrol was originally broken, and so it has special significance to him. Dr. Volt reassures the cough the team will not abuse this privilege. At this point, Dextrol notes the new companion and Paint is introduced. The rather happy pup sniffs at Dex and then proceeds to try marking one of the cough's feet. Gross, but it seems that Paint feels very safe around the big tree as Dextrol appears in their mind. After Dextrol gets cleaned off, he informs the team that once they make it to their destination, he will be providing them a few things. Namely, a compass that will help them on the Bloodstar world, as well as a bag of holding specialized to hold any one item. These to facilitate Fragment Not Found's task of taking something from the desolate world. With introductions handled, Dex asks when the team wishes to head out on their new mission. There is hardly any deliberation. The team is already prepared to go. The trip to Threshold is short, although as they make way to the transference office, they spot a positively massive cough hovering over Threshold's bar. A truly ancient specimen, such that it even has foliage, wings, and horns. Saying this, Lost has an inkling of what's going on and attempts to excuse himself from the group for a moment. Nope, literally everyone follows after their leader as he walks to the bar. Inside, the establishment is empty save for Erebane, with what looks like a glass of water seated in the corner. Last briefly greets Erebane, only to jump somewhat when the others also begin speaking up, or in Fret's case, writing up. Sadly, Erebane has been made to sit here for the next few weeks since there have been alarms going off thanks to an Archdevil appearing twice. People are naturally afraid, but Erebane is unconcerned and even waves off any attempts to apologize for the trouble. Though it is to be noted that Paint acts very friendly and familiar with Erebane, laying his head on the dragon's lap until called back by Lost so the team can move on for now. At the transference office, the gnomish clerk doesn't even bother with an obligatory prank this time. Though Fret does manage to acquire some confetti from the clerk on request. At the doors, out into the unreal, everyone gets latched onto Dextrol, including Paint for the very first time. Before they go, however, Dextrol has Lost crack open their given guidebook, revealing the tome to be actively building entries to their destination world, Yelius. Surprisingly, the wild dog takes the short trip through the void between rather well. At their destination sphere, Fragment can see what at first appears to be a shining white star illuminating a world. The closer they become, the more apparent becomes a flickering red hue that deepens, almost casting the sphere itself in a bloody light. Giving the team a moment to collect themselves, Dextro asks if they want to make camp or head in immediately. Paint is already excitedly hopping on his paws, and none of the others have any misgivings at the moment. Although the guidebook in the team's possession does chime, inviting them to read the latest prepared entry. The entries are not in the notes here. You will have to watch the previous session if you want to hear us reading out all those entries because they are a bit long. Foof are taken by Dextrol down to the planet, giving them their first look at a world ravaged by a bloodstar. The first things they notice are the crunch of dead grass beneath their feet and sparse, dead trees scattered about nearby. The pall of a world in death is broken by the chime of another entry in the book filling in. Many of the notes in this entry are immediately notable to Fragment, such as the oppressive heat of the sun, the crimson sky, and the stale air. Dextrol hands the group's compass to Lost, letting them know he will be heading off to some lake where a mass murder and some other grim things happened, effectively as a punishment for their tardiness previously. Even so, Lost reassures the cough that he doesn't hold anything against them. The compass in question shows Fragment where they need to go, to a certain city on Yelius. On following the compass in the effective direction of east, Fragment soon find themselves upon a path. The needle of the compass shifting to follow the winds and curves of said path. As they proceed, the team feel increasing pressure weighing on their persons. Soon they come across a hostile sight. Manufactured walls surrounding dead farm fields, barbed wire and spikes littered about. The book chimes again, much to Shoal's increased offense, as it is their turn to read the entry. This entry is about signs of mistrust, erected barriers, and deceptive terrain littered with traps. All this only further cementing the cat shark's distaste for the world as a whole. As the group walks along, they see a variety of aggressive walls, spike barriers, and other erected defenses. Rightfully, Fragment avoid any obvious gates or portals. Paint sends an image of their little familiar friend flying above them, questioning. Volt asks if Paint's little friend, who is currently made of stone at the moment, is capable of flight. Apparently, Rex can fly, and after some 90s style grumbling, the dino bird is convinced to fly above for a short while. He sees some distant walls akin to city walls, and much closer is a burnt out area of houses. Although in the latter location, Rex gets frightened and returns, expressing an amount of trepidation. The compass soon guides the group to a dwelling, and the book chimes again. This time, the entry is about the hostile defenses and features around dwellings in this world, espousing caution as paramount and respecting the boundaries set by the inhabitants, particularly to avoid harm from the various mechanisms in place. This dwelling in particular shows many of the signs written in the entry. At first, Lost attempts to find a way around the house, but the compass continues to point at the abode, as if urging the team to go inside. He sighs and hangs his head, lamenting the lack of an easy path. Luckily, Paint is able to sense several traps on the ground, as well as a sensor nearby. Fragment carefully moves closer to the front door, sidestepping a spike pit and a few other traps. On the porch, they find a dead body near the front door. Pale, with eyes blank and open, almost as if time stopped for them the moment they died. The body appears well preserved, if desiccated, and collapsed as if it was heading for the door. As Shoal inspects the door, it seems to be unlocked and untrapped. Pushing the door open, the cat shark sees a weapon rack instead of a coat rack, with a few daggers and swords. The entryway takes an immediate right turn upon stepping inside, and the book dings again. Fret begins to play a tune, seeking out errant magics. Alas, he only senses vague strands of utilitarian magic. Paint sniffs at the body while Lost attempts to read the latest entry. When Last denies Paint from eating the body, Fret attempts to feed the wild dog some water meal, but is shot down immediately by their leader. Instead, Lost feeds Paint a trail ration while he finishes reading. Soon the team move further into the dwelling, finding it built and arranged to make it difficult to invade. Almost immediately coming across a crossbow setup with a clear line of fire to a window. Paint slowly eases up, feeling a bit safer for feeling a lack of traps around. Fret chooses to check the pantry, finding hermetically sealed food containers, enough for almost 4 or 5 years. Lost checks the door that leads to the stairs, finding a peephole as well as spikes on the stairs themselves. With little else to see or interact with, Fragment check the compass again to find, both to their relief and general concern, that it points outside again. Exiting the death trap of a house into the death trap of a world, Fragment find themselves pointed toward the burnt-out buildings. Following the compass, they see obvious signs of warfare, an army having come through here at some point. Given the proximity to the burnt houses, Paint tries to push Lost away from that direction. While Last is distracted by Paint, the others notice scorched areas with residual heat haze that wavers and makes shapes like that of humanoid figures. The book chimes again when Fret detects magic, finding residue of evocations present. Appropriate to the situation, the guidebook entry is about the effects of powerful magic left behind on the land. There's a special note that while Engalius' magical devastations are effectively safe, other worlds or realms stained by magic can be far, far more dangerous, including the existence of such terrifying things as living spells. Paint adamantly tries to push Last away from this area. When the smoke lion tries to assuage the pup's fears, he gets sent feelings of fear and danger. Fret holds his hand out to Lost, as if wanting something, motioning for the compass. Dr. Volt decides to take a soil sample from the scorched earth, noting how it is laced with magics. As Lost gives Fret the compass, Paint clambers onto Lost's leg and tries even harder to drag him away from this zone of heat haze. Confused at the distress, he looks around again, and Fragment Not Found see that the humanoid flickers have gotten a bit closer. Brett beckons to the others as he checks the compass, while Paint sends Rex up again to scout from the sky. Luckily for the group, whatever this zone of scorched earth is, it does not expand very far. The vestiges are also staying at a certain distance, it seems, in spite of their encroaching presence. While they get close, these flickering entities do not cross into the path, which allows Fragment to leave their area of influence. As they approach the city, the book chimes again. Winding paths sprawl out before the recallers as they continue along in what, so far, has been a museum of grim education. The book's latest entry even suggests reliance upon the group's compass to avoid the dangers and defense mechanisms on approach to the city. Going up to a very large set of open gates. It appears as though whatever mechanism was holding up these gates has recently failed. The book chimes once more. Passing by the gates, there are a few shops nearby that are well guarded, and guard shacks every other block or so. Several dead litter the streets, propaganda posters filling just about any and all unoccupied wall space. The compass now only wavers in loose direction, waggling back and forth but not giving a specific direction. Lost is positively baffled by the city and the very concept of what went into the society becoming this way. Deeply unsettled, he asks his companions to remind him to share more about his society at a later time. Fret makes a beckoning motion, and Paint leans on Lost's leg, both of them trying to get their fellow caller to continue exploring with them. As Fragment proceed, they come across buildings with barred windows, but the glass behind the bars broken and scattered across the street. Looking inside one of these windows, there's a blackened interior that is evidence of fire or an explosive. There is a pristine case inside with a key stuck in it that seems to be the origin point of the explosion. Fred detects something magical inside the case, but nothing else terribly significant in his visual range. Since the front door is available, Fred merely tries to walk in, only to be stopped by Volt, who suggests the fox check for traps. There's a bell, but Fred doesn't find anything else in the front door to worry about. Going to open it, the kitsune is greeted by the door simply falling onto the floor in the shop. With a clear line of sight to the case now, Pink can sense the case is trapped. He sends an image of a monstrous bear-jaw trap around his leg to the others. Taking note of this, Fred steps lightly around the damaged floor and furnishings, checking on the case. Unfortunately, he is unable to determine what the trap is. Luckily, Dr. Volt spots a wire running into the base of the case. Fred hands over his any tool as wire cutters to Lost after some prompting, which is then given to Gerhard. The good doctor, sadly, fails to disarm the trap properly. Breaking glass sounds and a noxious cloud of fumes spews forth from the trap. Either luck, fortitude, or the age of the trap save a majority of Fragment from suffering its effects. Fred, however, was smart enough to leave the building first. Volt admonishes himself for failing to take into account altered properties of materials in this world. Snipping the wire such that he can bring it back for study, Dr. Volt opens the case. This reveals a simple but effective mechanism for the trap. Opening up a nearby display case, the doctor finds a crystal made to be slotted into a weapon of some kind. The little tag on the display reads, at least according to Dr. Volt, +1 weapon crystal. Volt and Paint both corroborate a lack of traps, and the doctor retrieves the crystal. It appears as though the crystal was the only thing to survive the explosions that left the shop in its current state. After a few moments of consideration, Lass requests the crystal for his bow, since he is apparently the only one on the team with a weapon capable of handling it at the moment. He makes sure to step away before attaching the crystal, which luckily doesn't explode. Yet. As Fragment continue exploring, they find a strange site surrounded by tape telling people not to enter the area. Said area containing a statue of what may have been a holy figure, except that it is decapitated. Both Lost and Paint approach the taped-off area, the latter pointing their nose directly at the statue and whimpering. The book chimes again, this time an entry about rejection of religion. Taking a few moments to consider the situation, Lost uses his blade to cut the tape and enter the desecrated holy site. Everything has been defaced, and within there are bloodstains, signs of an execution that clearly happened. Mulched pews and books, broken stained glass windows, and what may have been a hospice in the back of the main area at one time. Paint points towards the hospice section, Lost following in that direction. As the pair approach, they see an ethereal orb pulsing with light like a heartbeat, almost wispy or thread-like in nature, sitting upon the ground, made from an energy that threatens to fade from existence at the blink of an eye. With something resembling reverence, Last kneels down and gingerly picks up the sphere for a closer look, his teammates crowding closer to see. The sphere hums and feels something akin to warmth, like a heartbeat that never was. Fred says its resemblance is that of a spirit, but in a protective shell. Last ponders that it may be a soul, albeit one encased. And Dr. Volt thinks of many possibilities on what it could be. Paint is reminded of life, of how souls that move through the void are protected until they arrive at their world. Carefully, Paint takes the echo of a soul that could never be and places it into their evidence bag for safekeeping. Lost shuffles away from the group for a moment, having difficulty processing the sheer suffering that must have occurred here. Both Fret and Paint shadow Last, comforting him as he utters soft lamentations. Once their friend is composed enough to move on, Fret leads the team elsewhere in the city with the compass. This time, Fragment Not Found come across a disturbing statue showing a depiction of grossly glorified violent victory. Not just one statue, but many. An entire garden of statues dedicated to heroes and acts of brutality. Seeing this, Dr. Volt comes to realize that the state of the world was caused by a slow toppling of dominoes that eventually stained the star red. Paint chooses to mark one of the statues, getting a pat on the head from Fret for it. Wandering elsewhere, the team finds a small crater filled with black, almost red-veined crystalline structures within. There is a humanoid-sized chunk in the crater, and the book chimes again. The group callers all feel awful just being near this thing. The guidebook marks this thing as the Spike, which is a creation capable of draining life and ravaging landscapes. Dr. Volt gets most displeased when the entry reads that such dangerous artifacts are prohibited in Twilight due to the threat they pose to the realm. Paint growls, hackles raising as he lifts a stone from nearby and launches it at the Spike without any sort of warning. Luckily,
wise
the rock
decision.
bounces off harmlessly. Whirling on the wild dog, Lost scolds him for acting so rashly. While Paint expresses a deep remorse in the wake of being scolded, it doesn't help ease the tensions in the air. Dr. Volt cautiously approaches the Spike and moves to disable the device of mass destruction. Oh my gosh, mad scientist disabling a device of mass destruction?
Sometimes devices of mass destruction need to be researched, so better devices of mass destruction be invented.
Okay, we need to get Volt off this planet soon. Got it.
Boy.
Gerhardt removes a panel of some sort, revealing a canister that radiates a horrible feeling. Following the guidelines that appear in the guidebook as are read to him, Dr. Volt manages to safely extract the canister, holding the liquid life force. Lost notes that this may well be the liquid they were told they couldn't have. On the off chance it's not, Volt decides to keep it in his evidence bag for safekeeping. For now. Although Fret does scribble out a little scene of tossing the canister at one of the unravelers. It would be a fascinating thing to test, if possible. With a noted...
I thought that it was kind of a duality of we were advised to collect it and yet not allowed to have it.
Yes, we are, because it is going to be given to Erebane.
Possibly, or gotten rid of, depending on its state.
Yeah, given its state, it's probably just going to be gotten rid of, but we are not allowed to have it with, I assume, good reason.
I don't know. Why would we allow Dr. Volt to have an energy source that is extremely powerful, known to create weapons of mass destruction?
Why would we let Dr. Volt do what the hells do and manufacture stuff using suffering soul goo? Anyway.
Look, all I'm saying is that we don't necessarily have to stop Dr. Huawei from using the evil energy.
No, we do. We do. We don't need evil robot masters. With no desire to linger near the spike, fragment depart for elsewhere in the ruined city. They soon come across large, decadent buildings, a gallows, and depictions of what are likely some form of glorious leader. Dead guards lay on the ground by the doors of what seems to be a sizable governmental building. The book chimes twice this time, opening up a pair of new sections. One of which is to call for the group to pause and consider what they've seen, how they felt, and if they are truly ready to continue. Fragment not found sit down and share their thoughts and feelings, at least in so much as they are able. Dr. Volt views the world in the most logical light, knowing that worlds like Anyelius are bound to exist, and are a result of many missteps and issues compounded upon one another. Fret's world has issues, but he hopes it never becomes like this place. Last has difficulty processing everything, given how different his own homeworld was compared to Anyelius. Even so, he knows to feel disgust, disdain, and horror at what has occurred here. Shoal seems to take it all in stride, although their world has a more unique approach to solving personal problems. Paint chooses to lay down beside Lost, trying to comfort him. In spite of how rough this journey has been thus far, all of the fragment recallers are resolved to keep moving forward. Tracing around a button on the compass, Fret waits for his friends to be ready before he goes to press it.
Is that the end of the notes? I believe that should be.
Yep. The only thing that was saved for this session is Lost was going to talk about a thing.
Back to table view. We are in table view. Woo!
Okay.
So, if I'm not mistaken, there was two things that you guys were talking about or discussing just before we ended. One of them was going to the prison, and the other thing was hitting the button.
Also, since we have people who are still probably relatively new to this campaign, I feel it. Although I play up his mad scientist angle, Dr. Volt is, strictly speaking, neutral. He does not have plans to take over the world. He just wishes for the entire world to recognize his brilliance.
He's an egotistical he's an egotistical maniac, not an egotistical world domination bent maniac. Got it.
Ruling the world is too much work. He won't have enough time for his research if he has to rule the world.
Yeah, he's not a mad scientist. He's an ego-scientist.
Oh, God. I feel this has come up before, but I'm now remembering the angry scientist from Sheep in the Big City.
Oh, no.
He was very insistent that he was not a mad scientist. He was an angry scientist.
I'm just mad. All right. So, the question becomes, has anybody hit the button yet on the compass, or are you guys going to open explore?
I think we were going to get, who was it that doesn't have an evidence yet?
Last.
Last is the only one that has no evidence yet.
Yeah.
But I believe Era let us know that even if we press the button, there would be chances for that.
Yes, you guys can hit the button.
As I recall, Lost is just sort of sitting on the stairs at the moment with Paint nearby. And is petting them.
I was about to
I
say,
don't recall
not
it's-
nearby, practically on top of.
Oh.
Oh.
Also, I don't recall exactly what was it that was implied would happen with button press.
Press it and find out.
Unwavering purpose.
Yeah, it's a press it and find out.
Well, no, what did like the book or whatever? Because it was in the book. What did the
It just
book
said to
say
hit it.
about it?
Yeah, when we are ready, press the button.
Why is my mic only going through one side? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I had mono on, but I guess mono went away. I don't remember how to do it. Let me look. This is mic aux.
Well, Fret will do the kind of just walking up and poking Lost, and then we'll gesture in the direction of the prison thing, and then gesture at compass and button. Do kind of the questioning look.
We might as well explore the prison a little. As easy as it is to converse while at rest. And Lost just sort of scratches under Paint's chin a little bit. We shouldn't linger over long. Even if I would like to discuss things.
Fret nods exuberantly.
Let's take a glance at the prison. For now. And if Paint will let him, Last will get up.
Does he seem to be collected yet?
Maybe close and bring back.
He seems collected enough. It's not like he's having a panic attack or anything.
Paint is going to send a mental image, or a mental feeling of peace with a question mark.
Yes, Paint. As much as we can be in this place.
Then he will nod and let you up.
All right. Do we have anybody in the party that has a survival as a skill?
Paint.
All right, Paint. You're in charge of rolling survival then for finding the prison.
I was muted because I
Oh,
left to go get food. Yeah, I have a survival as well.
you both may roll. The doggo and the cat shark. Who will find it first?
That one. I'll find it. Off to a great start.
At least you burnt it on something not useful.
I am figuring out what bonus I actually have. I could have sworn I had survival as a class skill. I at least have a rank in it, so that's at least a +3.
Thought it was a class skill too, but we'll have to double check later.
It depends on the kinetic.
11.
11.
That was close to a 20.
And I got an 8 on a nat 1.
You know, the book described the prison a certain way, but it's kind of confusing because you guys are searching around for a while, and for some odd reason, you keep on ending up in front of something that looks more like, for those that are from our more modern settings, something more akin to maybe a movie theater or a mall. It doesn't seem like a prison at all. It's got a entryway with awkwardly bright coloring for this area. It seems to have a logo to it, a design. has an entry sign. It's actually a fairly large space. You guys bypassed a few times wandering around before you end up back here again.
Paint is just attracted to the smell of buttered popcorn.
Popcorn.
Oh. Why do I have a sinking feeling? None of you is wearing a magnet, are you?
I don't think so.
Red shakes his head.
Paint just sends a quizzical feeling. He has no idea what that is.
You don't suppose anyone has any copper wire with them?
No, that would have all been stripped long ago, given the state of this place.
I was referring to you.
Oh. Maybe? It would require taking apart certain pieces of my suit, and I'd rather not do that.
Then no, I do not have a magnet.
Lost is going to stand in front of this building, just sort of staring at it for a little bit. Well, one way to check. And he starts to walk inside.
You walk inside and you see what looks like an entryway. To the left and right, you see several doors, and you see what looks like almost a ticket booth. You see behind the counter what look like armed ticket people that are obviously no longer with us. On the backboards, it has lists and attractions that you can go to. And names.
Very important question. Is
Mhm.
there popcorn left?
Not in this area, there's not. This is the entryway.
Oh, okay. Paint's just kind of looking around warily then.
About what I was going to say before. On my world, the governing bodies, as Lost briefly inspects the armed ticketers. The closest thing we had were a group known as the Noblesse. They ran the government and, to an extent, businesses. For the most part, they were, I think, scientists, politicians, the people who kept everything running. He briefly looks in the ticket booth to see if there's actually any tickets he could just reach in and take.
I mean, if you care to take the tickets, it looks like there is a couple of machines and a couple of buttons. When you reach through the window, yes, it has glass. Surprising in this area. Most people didn't have glass except for governmental functions. You're able to press a button and a old ticket machine seems to mechanically go ka-chink. Well, they weren't technologically advanced. It seems they had basic mechanics.
Lost is just going to print out a ticket for everyone just in case. Also, just because the ka-chunk is pleasing.
Cathartic.
Ka-chunk noises are fun.
Fred will walk over and press the button a bunch of times.
Unfortunately, Fret pushes it a little too fast, and you hear it jam on the back end.
Unfortunately, we've got some more fun noises that are about to happen.
Oh, here comes the sour candy.
Ah! Ah,
I'm getting cheesed.
yeah.
So you guys got...
Uh,
Go ahead.
I'm surprised that Taigo still has sour candies.
I got a very large bag. Ah.
I love sour candy. On Albert, this is a redeem myself, but I love sour candies. I would eat the crap out of them. Like, they'd sit here on my desk, they'd be gone in a day, and my tongue would split again. And when you have a tongue ring, no, bad idea. Ow. So, you guys have doors to the left and right. Just like a classic ticketing area, you guys can choose one side or the other. It's probably arbitrary.
Okay.
Assuming you guys proceed, you guys get in or enter into a very grand welcoming area. You see several signs. You see what seem to be an almost mall-like concession stand, as well as small restaurants and small bar-like areas that are way too colorful for this particular area. You see signs that, with your rings that allow you to read this stuff, one area is marked as the stage, or stage areas, with numbers, staged 1 through 18, but there's also left and right areas that say victims.
Boy.
There's food booths about?
Almost like tiny restaurants, or like, you know how in the mall you got that food court type thing going on? Yeah, this is definitely that. This is a place of surprising joy and entertainment. Scattered about are, of course, dead bodies, as well as very young children. Or at least they were children. WMDs don't care what your age is.
Oh. Lost is just staring at the bodies for a bit. Then he looks up again.
Fret will nudge Lost, and then gesture towards one of the places that is listed as victims.
It seems my sinking feeling may be correct.
I do not find there to be much to have anything other than a sinking feeling in this place.
To victims, then.
You guys may go to the left or right.
Lost is going to go to the right.
You guys go to the right, and what you see is more akin to what you would describe as a very cheap zoo. As you're walking through, there is windows into very small enclosures that are comically small, each with a little box that seems to be for voting, just the size of the tickets you have printed. In some of them, there is nothing, except for maybe a little bit of foliage or, maybe a bookcase or something. In others, there's an individual. Many of them look like the people you've seen so far. Some of them look like more of a blue-skinned classic orc-like being. Slightly more skinny and with, what are they called? Tusks? Not tusks. What are the ones from the bottom?
I think those
are
are
Those are
tusks.
still
Still
tusks, I
tusks.
think.
Okay, those are still tusks?
Yeah.
More of a tusk going on that are a little bit larger. You remember these guys from racist posters that have been screwing about the city? They don't look as threatening as you would imagine them to be. Compared to those racist drawings, they look humanoid.
In fact, I'd probably go so far as to say that Tusks is the bottom one, and I would probably go with Fangs for the top one.
It might be.
It's saber.
Sabers. That's what I was thinking of, was saber teeth from the top. English sucks. But you guys are walking through this, and you can tell that the people that were inside these little enclosures were not well fed, not well taken care of, stripped of most of their clothing, and you're pretty sure that the foliage or anything that is inside these little cells was not for them. It was for the people here.
Or just decoration?
Yes. There is no small amount of prisoners in this particular area.
How... I can't even say disappointing. He's going to stop by one of the cells, preferably one that doesn't have a victim in it, and he's going to see if using his ticket on the slot works.
When you slide your ticket inside the thing, a little number appears in the box, indicating show floor 3. The button that you seem to have hit is for floor 3. You are voting for this person to be dragged somewhere. For a show.
Oh boy.
Obviously, with no living guards currently in the place, whom you've occasionally seen. They're the only ones armed, wearing... They look like they're wearing movie or ticket show garb. Like they're employees of this place, more so than a guard. They're probably not going anywhere.
Well, show floor 3. I suppose that'll be next. And he's just sort of got his hands clasped behind his back at the moment. And as he's walking, he's making it a point to not really look at the cells very much.
Fred is going to slot his ticket in a location that has a body.
In a location of the body?
Yeah, with a body.
Yep, same thing happens. There's no guards to do the dragging.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, the system doesn't work when there's nobody here to make it work.
Okay.
Not an automated system.
No, all you're basically doing is...
Just making sure.
Yep, all you're basically doing is voting for... Thank you for the 100 bits. Basically, all you're doing is casting your vote.
For terrible things to happen to somebody.
Oh, yes. And when you guys get through the area, man, it was actually a long walk. You guys end up back on the stage floor, and it sounds like you guys are going to skip the restaurants. Paint, you do smell buttered popcorn. That is absolutely stale. Well, I guess you could call it popcorn. It's blue.
The question is, does it still smell good to Paint?
I want you to imagine smelling popcorn that's colored blue from a different planet, and then tell me what Paint thinks smells good.
Well, okay, so...
It might be good. It definitely is stale, whatever it is. It kind of resembles popcorn. It's blue in color.
Well, Paint doesn't know what popcorn is, but I'm just, I know what popcorn is, and popcorn smells delicious.
You're free to attempt to eat this stale food. Go ahead.
Technically, stale popcorn still smells like popcorn, and is...
My phrase is that technically this isn't popcorn. This is a popcorn adjacent thing. You guys are completely free to take or try food here that is stale, and even bring it back, because anything Airbane tastes, he can recreate in this world or back home. The question is, do you really want stale food there?
Yeah, there's a reason why Fred has a preserved food object.
Yes. So Paint is free to eat it if he really dares.
Considering the place, I think Paint might be too nervous. He is probably, again, close enough to last lost that if he's not careful, he's going to trip over Paint.
So, okay, last lost, you're probably having trouble, not tripping over last lost tail when you stop and he doesn't.
For all we know, this could have been one of the weapons. This could be a post of popcorn lips.
All right, so game
I-
over tonight, and I'm kidding. Every game needs one. Every game needs one.
Implying there's only going to be one.
Yes. Yeah, that's why Rygon's not coming into this game. I love you,
Oh, you
Rygon,
mean
but
person, not horrible pun.
yes, I meant person making horrible puns, not actual puns. Either rate, you guys are going to go back, it sounds like, into the stage areas.
To show floor 3.
Unfortunately, floor 3 is not lit, but you do see stage floor 7 and 13 currently lit out of the 18.
In honor of Rygon, I have to bring attention to this. Rin's message. Post-apocalypse. Apocalypse.
Okay. Yep, here we go. All right. But yes, those two numbers are lit specifically.
7 and 13, you said?
Yes.
It looks like we have a choice. Lucky 7 or unlucky 13. That is correct, right? He actually turns and looks at the rest of them.
Fret writes out 13.
Turns more fully towards Fred. So is 13 the lucky one or the unlucky one?
Fret just simply writes yes.
Depends on
For-
the culture.
Dr. Volt will also inform Last Lost of something. For the record, since you are unfamiliar with this brutality of this nature, this is extreme.
I assumed. I'm not unfamiliar with violence. But this would be unimaginable on my home world. Speaking of, the noblesse had a specific quirk, if you care to hear. He starts heading for floor 13. Specifically, the governing bodies were disinclined to allow merchants into their ranks. A matter of practicality, or so I was told. Something about not letting money influence things.
Money, much as many other forms, is just another form of power. They do not want their political power to be influenced by others' economic.
I only remember so much from my history schooling, considering that was many years ago and certainly not one of my favorite subjects. I'm sure that something or other in the past of my people caused this to be the case. I like to think we were better off for it. Not letting money influence politics, I mean.
Fret nods. And then gestures forwards towards the 13.
Side note, my hand tracking is almost good enough for me to do sign language to people. Unfortunately, I tried to do exploding turtle and it didn't work.
Aww.
Exploding turtle?
It's one of my favorite sign languages because turtle was one of the first sign language things I learned, and exploding is just funny hand movements to me.
Oh.
So, either rate, it sounds like you guys are going into 13, yes?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I apologize for viewers here in a minute. If you are queasy, please mute.
We will post in the chats when the queasy part is over. At least I will on my end.
I will be as well. You guys walk in to see what looks like a leftover stage. The lighting is still going after even all this time because of its magical nature, and what is currently being highlighted is best described as, well, 1,000 cuts would be an understatement. You see what looks like one of those fanged individuals, one of those tusked individuals, strapped to a table, completely nude on stage, with individuals in the audience that are of varying ages, including probably way too young to be witnessing such. What looks like one of the people from this town are definitely in a more theatrical attire. A knife lays nearby, and you can see that these cuts that were made across this individual's body were made at just skin deep enough for there to be heavy bleeding without death. Across his body, across his privates, across his face, the poor individual was, yes, I'm going to go ahead and hydrate. The cuts were designed to not go past the epidermis, but definitely cause pain, cause screaming, and you're pretty sure that the individual that is on stage is happy to be dead at this point in time. Off on the side are individuals tied to stakes, other individuals that were voted for, whom were probably next. Just barely out of view. Thank you, Novanek, for the follow. Just barely out of view, off on the side, you can see an individual who is currently covered in bandages that you were sure was the last victim. This is a stage of absolute torture. You're pretty sure if you were to go backstage at this point in time, you would see other torture implements and devices. It looks like the voted apparatus currently marked on stage by a handmade sign was cuts till they pass out. Ending bad parts, that way people can unmute.
What a wonderful sight.
Fret will just turn back around and walk out.
Yeah, Shoal is just gonna make a face and leave. Yeah.
Pain
I mean,
seers
Dr.
are
Volt will leave as well.
Go ahead.
He is probably a bit more used to at least a lot of the concepts involved than his teammates, but even he.
Yeah, Fret, when you walk out, is just like leaned up against a wall, kind of just slowly slumping down the wall.
And I don't mean that as in like he has been involved in like torture or any such thing. I simply mean that, you know, being a scientist, he's seen more than a few dissections, vivisections, etc., etc.
But usually those people are dead. And the
Yes,
fact that these
yes.
people were obviously alive hits different.
Yeah, no, I was not saying he is quote unquote used to it, just that he is more used to it by comparison to the others.
And Kerr thinks he can cause emotional pain. Ha! I wrote this a while ago, it's fine. I promise you I'm perfectly sane, chat.
Are you though?
No. No, I'm okay. The question is how is Last Lost doing? Because I don't think anything of this world is something that they were particularly ready for.
They are having a great time, obviously.
And I have had a self-care redeem.
That's a
Right.
good
That is
idea.
important.
Yes.
Oh,
Uh,
Ow.
No, for Paint's part, he is very unfamiliar with this sort of thing. He's
We got a
seen
YouTube
Honestly-
comment. I can't read YouTube comments. Go ahead.
Honestly, that's probably a good thing.
Like, all of this is foreign to him. He doesn't grasp the severity of a lot of this place. The propaganda posters, all of that stuff, he doesn't understand it. But this in particular, like, obviously, he's seen some gruesome deaths and such, but that was, his pack hunting. This was not just survival.
This was not for food.
This was not for food.
Which makes it hit a whole lot different.
Exactly. Paint is currently whining, and his ears are splayed, his tail is between his legs. He is trying to make himself as small as possible.
Last is going to kneel down and scoop up Paint into his arms and leave.
You walk out into the hallway. The other stage is still lit.
Fret is at this point just entirely slumped into a sitting position against a wall.
Also, sorry, YouTube chat. It doesn't work with my software, and I can't get it to pull up. I only see that you're talking and passing. So, also, bruh. You guys wanted to go to the prison?
It's true. We wanted to explore.
Bear
This
in
is the
mind,
consequences of our own actions.
Yes.
My
Bear in mind that
favorite.
17 or chapter 17, side 2, side 3, side 4, and side 5 and clothes are all available in the thing if you guys choose to walk away. Though I know Last wants something from here.
From the world, not necessarily from here.
It depends on where you guys want to go next. Though it sounds like you guys need to discuss, so I'm going to leave you guys to open roleplay now because y'all just witnessed something best left in the 30s.
Something best left never existing.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly.
Isn't it great?
Anyways,
Go for it.
yeah, Fret will scribble out. This might have been a mistake. And just points his chalkboard towards Lost.
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate.
Lost sits next to Fret, still holding Paint, gently rubbing over their back. Do you want to know something sad?
Fret will erase and then do just a question mark.
I either feel nothing, or the enormity of it is too much.
most likely it is that. That
As soon as
there
I saw
are not words that I know to describe what I have just seen. I would use barbaric, but it was too precise for barbaric.
we will leave here soon, Paint. When I saw the signs, the ticket booth? I figured it would be something like this. There's
Fred
absolutely
nods.
nothing like this on my world. But given everything we've seen thus far, this doesn't surprise me. I've heard of places with things like, what are they called? Colosseums? Arenas where you can pit yourself against another. This is vile.
Fred will scribble out, well, we've seen one. Shall we take a peek into the other?
Do you want to? He turns his head specifically to look at Fred.
Fred, his expression kind of cycles through a collection of things, kind of torn. And then, just scribbles out 2 words. Morbid curiosity.
Ah, it sounds like you guys dare go in the other one. By the way, Roblox, my software just doesn't let me respond in YouTube. Otherwise, I'd be texting you. I'm sorry. YouTube's chat is broken and doesn't allow software to intervene.
Oh no.
Wait, you can't link OBS to YouTube chat?
You can. I can get it if I have the right view up, but nobody ever watches on YouTube, so this is one of the very few times that things are going through.
Apparently there is, so
It just doesn't
I mean,
let me respond.
you could just pull up a separate window.
I tried, it causes issues. YouTube
just your
chat is
browser.
weird.
Oh, okay.
I'll do so later, maybe. If we get more people viewing over on YouTube, I will. It just doesn't work very well. You guys go into viewer 3.
Well, we're talking about it.
Oh,
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be 4-7 though.
I should pull up my notes again, but they're closed right now, so because I didn't think you'd go into 7. But are you guys going to 7?
That's what Lost asked, and Fred's response is morbid curiosity. Very well. And then he looks to Shoal, and then to Volt, then to Paint. We'll put it to a vote. We can look for morbid curiosity, or we can move on. Either way, I don't want anything to remind me of this place.
The mental response you get from Paint is just him. It's an image of him right next to the doggo version of you. You get the sense he'll follow wherever.
Aww.
And you, Doctor?
Val, it is more of a token phrase of historians than it is of the hard sciences, hard sciences. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Those lessons may be hard, I see no reason why we should not learn them.
Fred will kind of mentally nudge Shoal.
Shoal is thinking about it. And essentially going, don't. I don't particularly care for this sort of, but he just kind of shrugs, not really able to put it into words how he feels about the whole situation.
Brett just nods. So, Fred will scribble on his chalkboard. Well, looks like it's up to you, Lost.
Shoal. Are you willing to go to the other stage? Or do you want to go elsewhere?
I will stick with the.
Brett smirks.
Making me decide. Considering the only 2 votes we have are 4. Even if I voted against, it wouldn't matter. He shrugs. And it's not the dismissive kind of shrug. It's the sort of good-natured shrug.
Well, here we go.
On the road again.
Paint, are you okay to walk?
Oops, say that again. Unfortunately, my follow. By the way, thank you for the follow, Ooh Bumble. Say that again.
Paint, are you okay to walk?
Paint will nod, kind of shuffling out of Last's arms, and he's a little shaky on his legs, but he is okay to walk.
Fred, actually, as they approach, will pull out his sitar.
Calm emotions.
No, inspire courage.
That is very needed. I was going to make a will save in this one, but you know what? No. You guys walk into the room, and just as before, you see the crowd as before, and the stage as before, with a thematic leader laying dead. But I'm going to describe this in one where we don't have to tell people warning. I'm just going to say, you know the firewalk, but Legos? And then I'm just not going to say anything more, because I think you guys get the idea of what this torture was.
Oh.
I know Firewalk, I do not know the Lego thing, but...
You throw a
What
bunch
happened-
of Legos to the
what
ground and
happens-
walk over them.
So it's,
what
it's
happens?
caltrops.
Yeah,
Caltrops.
I mean Legos are caltrops.
Yes. What were you about to say, Viv?
I was gonna say what happens. I was gonna ask Zim, what happens when you step on Legos?
Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, but somehow worse. And I'm not going to describe that somehow, because I don't need to.
That's fine.
Sometimes less information is better.
Voss just turns to Fret and Dr. Volt. Can I borrow chalk and a mirror, please?
Fret will pull out hold on, how many 5 pieces of chalk.
And take your pick. They're in various colors.
Yeah, there's pastel blue, there's green, there's orange, yellow, red.
It doesn't matter
Does
too
Volt
much.
seriously not have a mirror?
He just assumes Volt has a mirror. Volt may not have a
I
mirror.
assumed Volt had a mirror.
Vault has a mirror because I said so.
Okay, Dr. Volt has a mirror.
Because why wouldn't Volt have a mirror?
No, seriously, like,
Oh, if you've got there's a rogues kit that's absolutely a thing that's in it. That a glass
yes,
cutter.
when you see Dr. Volt, you think rogues.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Go ahead.
so what? Lost has required facial articulation many times now, and his helmet doesn't have that. It has the jaw. So what he does is he uses the mirror and the chalk to draw a face on his mask to give himself an expression. And it is one of what you can only assume would be very deep concern and unsettlement. Because it looks like the brows between his eyes are furrowed, and he's got long lines under his lower set of eyes to at least attempt a haunted expression. He also put lines over the snout for a wrinkled nose, at least as best as he can mimic, given that he's seen Shoal do that. Is this
So,
right?
so I'm just seeing that you hold up a mirror and chalk on angry eyebrow.
I thought about it.
Crit nuts.
This is just... I feel that whoever came up with this was certifiably insane. I don't even have the physicality for some of this, and it makes me shudder.
Crit nuts.
Somehow this is simultaneously worse and better than the last one.
I'm gonna give you guys a guess. ChatGPT came up with one of the two of these.
Gee, I wonder which.
Fred goes over to inspect the caltrops. See if
Wicked.
they're removable. Huh?
Oh yeah, no, they're in this little box. Like, this can be dragged onto stage, and now that you're up on stage, you look around and you see things like an Iron Maiden, you see rope and one of those things meant to tug people apart. None of them seem to be staged to kill. You see several types of knives in the backstage. You see what looks like the last victim laid on their back.
You mean these are vicious caltrops?
Yes.
Shit.
They're definitely not meant to, as I said, Lego pit. But they're cheaply made too. That's the worst part. They definitely would break if stepped on wrong and stay. And silence ensues.
Sorry, I'm catching up on notes.
No, it's fine. I think I'm doing a good job at DMing right now because everybody's silent. Thank you. I'm describing a horrible situation.
I'm
Mhm.
considering a thing.
You're just gonna see Shoal kind of do like the in place, you know, like the little like in place prancing thing that some animals do, like some dogs or cats do.
when they want to go now.
He's doing that, but it's just a look of discomfort because he's got big
Oh.
paws. Stepping on caltrops is oof. That is an oof feeling.
He's doing the prance.
Paint, for his part, does not understand what these things are, but judging by the others' uneasiness, he is he is uncomfortable as well. He fortunately has no idea what caltrops are and how that would be painful.
Nope, you never dealt with a particular fight of this nature.
Fred. Last is just calling from the doorway because Fret's gotten to the stage.
Fret will turn back around.
Are we good to go now?
Fret will scribble out. I'm considering acquiring some things.
Lost looks down at his feet, at Paint. Motions for Paint to stay as he walks up to the stage.
Yep, you see the same thing.
Spares a glance at the torture influence, looks directly at Fret. I think we can avoid torture implement items.
Fret just gives a long sigh.
Long silent sigh.
I know. But also they might be cursed.
Fret will kind of have just a contemplative look, and then hastily scribble out, "How's that a bad thing?"
Do you want a bag of cursed caltrops on your person? Just consider how poorly that could go for you.
Yeah, Fret kind of just does the whole holding up a finger and contemplating, and then just nods and starts walking off the stage.
Hi,
So-
RZ.
Hi. So
Hi,
Lost
RZ.
is going to
RZ.
take his cloak to wipe off the chalk, and then without the mirror, he's giving himself 2 raised, surprised eyebrows with the chalk. It's like, I can't believe that worked. Wipes away the eyebrows and follows after Fret so we can all leave this awful place.
I'm assuming Last is leading you all directly out of the building.
Yes. And he's also, before we leave, going to hold his hand out for any and all remaining tickets.
Is
Oh,
this
if
your
Shoal
prize?
If Shoal has any, giving them to Last.
Same with Dr. Volt.
Yep, Fred already used his.
Paint didn't even take one in the first place, because no thumbs.
I mean, you can use your mouth.
He could have, but he chose not to.
Like a smart puppy.
Are you stash? Is that going to be your thing from this adventure? Or are you needing another thing?
Oh, he's going to get another thing, because what he does is he crumples it up, chucks it into his mouth, and then holds a finger up, and about 20 seconds later, spits it out on the floor. It's not soggy. It looks more like whatever remnants are left of that thing were moth-eaten. I feel mildly better and also worse for having done that. That tasted horrible.
Fret will kind of give the silent chuckle, and then pulls out the compass and kind of does the whole hovering a finger over a button thing while looking at the rest of the group.
Paint is looking at Lost and sends a message of, an image of him shift, and there's a pile of rock and earth in front of him, and you can see that he's moving it around, and then he shows an image of the building, and the building possibly collapsing.
And that's it. It appeared and then it unless it all.
It's tempting. It is paint. But collapsing the building doesn't make what happened go away. It's horrible. But it is a learning experience. This world is showing us some of the worst that can happen. I hesitate to say that it would be good for future recallers to be able to see what we have. But I would be remiss if I felt like we'd be depriving them of a chance to learn something.
You need to.
He gives a small whine but nods.
Because last time we.
Last reaches down, placing a hand on Paint's head. I know. It's... I am learning things. And there are others who may come from worlds like mine. People
Out of
like-
character thought. Let him pull a chunk of this place out. Or destroy something else and take that with.
That is an interesting thought.
Erebane and
Uh,
Erebane as a god does, well, not a god, but as a patron, does absolutely encourage the destruction of patriarchies. I can't pronounce that word right now, apparently. There are governmental buildings that you could destroy that have no meaning.
Fret wiggles a finger over the button.
Before we go, there is something that Paint totally could demolish. He says, just sounding like he's smiling.
Paint's just tilting his head.
Shoal, do you remember that government building we were sitting at?
Yes.
Could you take us back there?
Sure.
Fret looks offended.
I promise we'll let you push the button after this, Fret.
Fret's got a button he needs to touch. He needs it.
Fret silent huffs and just goes along with.
So, in character, Paint has no qualms with Shoal being given the told to lead, but out of character, I am offended.
I have a better survival.
Oh,
Yeah, but Paint's got sent.
Oh, yes.
I have track,
Ah.
I believe.
oh yes, but there's a reason that Last didn't ask Paint. Because he's going to ask Paint for a favor when we get there.
Oh, I know.
It-
In character, Paint has no qualms with this.
Player offense. No, I'm going to streamline this for you guys because Paint is going to have to use a lot of his power and be very exhausted to be able to get the building to partially collapse. So instead, how about I rule cool this and say you guys go on a little bit of a destruction spree? Would that be cathartic for the players?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, that one scene from Zombieland.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, that would help.
Because I may or may not have planned you guys absolutely destroying something in here, and I think it'd be absolutely cathartic if your characters just walked into the government building and went, nah, this is no longer a thing.
Just Lost.
Sounds like a plan.
Lost walks up to the top of the stairs, holds his arms out. Who wants to do a team building exercise? And then just a flash cut to everyone of the team demolishing the building in their own way.
Paint is still going to be
Just,
working on collapsing the building as a whole.
Point of note, Dr. Volt's method of building destruction is a lot less smashing and a lot more demolition chart.
Oh no, you got two people
Oh,
on
boy.
demolition. A lot of people are setting up the demolition, and the rest of them are just ripping paintings off the wall and smashing them and setting little fires. If DM is allowed to go into alliteration mode, I can absolutely imagine Shoal eating half the things here that he shouldn't be eating. I can absolutely imagine a certain mute bard silently screaming at something and setting it ablaze. And I can definitely imagine a certain last lost calmly walking around just punching things.
Yeah, Fret does have the whole spark spell, which is a great spell. I love it.
All while Paint is just, taking a chunk out of this wall, chunk out of that wall, even as their health gets low, and a certain mad scientist may or may not have created some bombs at some point in time out of very mundane things found in the janitorial closet.
I mean, Paint destroying the building wouldn't really tax his health.
True. But wouldn't Paint want to put in the extra effort in this occasion?
For the final part, to make it all come collapsing down.
Leaving you guys at the scene where you guys are looking at a governmental building that is on fire, trashed, the windows are broken, you guys have been running around for what feels like hours. And then the final explosions start to go off, and Paint drains his health, and the building collapses in on itself. Almost like somebody closed a war that should have been closed several hundred years ago. Reference World War II videos of, Nazi Germany falling, and you got the idea, because, Nazis need to fall, and those building destructions are very pleasing to watch if you haven't watched them. I suggest doing so, because there was nobody alive in there.
And there
It was
goes my
kinda pleasing.
demonetization.
Honey, I destroyed that with the last description. And the previous description. I am not a monetizable dragon, okay? That's why I gave up on YouTube. And
This is why your hoard isn't money.
children friendly. No, my hoard is definitely not money. It's musical instruments, friends, and goddamn computer parts that the other pet of mine fucking keeps on dragging in. I broke that habit, and then he brought it back. I let him deal with it now. That's his problem. We don't need those computer parts. I do need more musical instruments, though. I need an upright piano because my mom decided to give mine away. And it was in the family for 4 generations. I'm mad. So if anybody wants to buy me an upright piano, they're about $2,000. Saying.
Woo.
I'm getting one. My tattoos cost more. Either rate.
Okay.
Catharticism aside, if anybody wants to throw in any extra crap they do inside the government building of destruction, I got boxed. Feel free to let us know, because I'm sure everybody needs a break from the stress I have induced the last session and a half.
It's fine. It'll buff out.
uh,
So in my mind, Paint is just using his trap sense to know when the last block would cause things to collapse. And so he's just going around, pulling out everything except for that last block. No?
Oh, Jenga
No,
towering.
I'm getting a tennis ball to death here. So continue.
Okay. Yeah, Jenga towering, exactly. But he's got, magic to tell him when that last block will make it fall. And then once we're all out and safe, and that's when he pulls them all.
Oh, but we got the lovely combination of demolition explosives and fucking bricks.
Oh, I figured
Man.
the demolition just reduces it to dust. He collapses it. The demolitions take care of the rest.
Are you okay with this, Dr. Volt, having everything be reduced to dust with beautiful explosions?
I mean, yes.
Yes. Excuse me, I need to
Okay.
quell my inner anarchist here a little bit because I'm doing the evil hands and the evil face, the evil laugh. Okay. And I assume you guys called Dextral afterwards. The dust cloud.
No, we hit the
blows past
button.
you.
Yeah, we hit the
Oh,
button.
you hit the button. The
Yeah.
funny thing is, if you hit the button earlier, the compass would have directed you exactly where you went. But instead, you guys just get a little confetti and goes. Brr. Congratulations, you have successfully managed to mentally survive this place. Therapy is available at request, but you as recallers will see this and much worse. Please review section 17 and all the sides in the book if you wish. Otherwise, please call your cough guide and leave when you want. Elsewise, this compass is non-functional unless you tell it where you would like to go. Have a wonderful day. That one! I'm getting cheesed.
Oh, so we tell it that we want to go to the treasure hoard and it takes us there?
You say treasure hoard and it spins because unfortunately they did not have a treasure hoard. It's not worth bringing back.
I mean, Paint doesn't talk, so...
No, I know. I was ready for that one to have I actually have a voice line for that, but you guys are going to find it now.
Well, Fret just kind of
Cheers.
the confetti gets scooped up and added to his collection of confetti.
It's magical confetti, it disappears. I'm sorry.
Fret just kind of does the snapping his fingers.
darn.
Foiled again.
Fret does not need more confetti. Who's calling for Dextral?
Last will.
Sure. Oh,
No,
last-
just Shokan then.
Kai beat me to it.
All right. Sure. Last will.
Dextral appears almost immediately, looking absolutely exhausted and somewhat concerned. And he goes, I've got to write a report on that lake, and I'm glad you guys have called me now. Can we please leave this place?
Oh, right. I'm supposed to take something. Walks over to what must be a giant pile of rubble by now.
Yes.
Grabs a fist-sized chunk of the building. Puts it in his evidence bag. There. That is a memory of this place I'm happy to keep.
That is fantastic, Destral goes, before sitting down. I have studied countless cultures and seen the evidence of many wars and terrible things, but that lake was not something I think I was mentally prepared for. This world was not something I was mentally prepared for. Shallst we leave? Promptly, hastily. Other big word for now, please.
Fret nods.
It hasn't been 24 hours. I am going to make us leave.
Can
Fred
you
has a concerned look.
can
I don't
Okay.
want to be here.
Right. Well, everyone latch on, I suppose.
Oh, no need. He pulls out one of those tags that are not supposed to be used right now, and he snaps it.
Lass sees that out of the corner of one of his eyes, turning around and going, "Wait, no!"
Everybody roll a fortitude save, as Dextral has hit his limit, apparently.
You-
He will make it legal.
He was given one too, for reasons. If he could not get
That's-
you out, he was going to get you out.
That's
I've had-
13.
I'm pretty sure I passed.
I'm sure I probably didn't.
Yeah, I passed.
11.
What'd you
Yeah,
get?
that's a 9.
19.
All right. Well, the great news is that you guys are starting to adjust, and nobody here except for who rolled the 9 is throwing up. Everybody else is starting to adjust. You guys notice a very stark comparison when you guys get there. There is no Dextral. He actually still has to jump himself, which is fine because he doesn't have to take you guys along.
Oh, so he can take the long and noodly way until he can go the bleep bloop.
Yep, he can only withdraw you guys once a day. Currently.
Oh.
But he chose to take the hard route because he didn't want to be there, and he wanted to send you guys home because he refuses to abandon you. Because if he abandoned you, he'd be in a lot of trouble. That, and he actually kind of half cares about you guys. And for once, he doesn't care about science. He just wanted to be gone, and he's got a report to write. And as soon as that's done, he's free. He walks up behind you guys, and he goes, I've got a report to write. I bid you all adieu. I am sorry, but not. Thank you for the bits, Zim.
And
What?
Fred just kind of sprawls on the ground.
Oh, good. That wasn't as nauseating as going through the void between.
Oh no, you guys did. You just got ripped from the void between. I'm sorry to use that, but I did not want to be there anymore, and I assumed neither did you, correct?
Lost just gives a thumbs up because he's currently keeping his mouth clamped shut.
Fantastic. I'm glad the only thing I can eat is souls, if I really chose to. And I won't eat souls. I'd be deleted. Bye! And he starts to trot off.
Fred just remains sprawled.
We are at the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to say, hey, everybody should probably stand up, stretch, get drinks, use the bathroom, and everything else, so that way we can remain healthy and good. Should I BRB screen or nay?
Wait. Does that mean that I am... I am good boy? Is that a good boy point?
I don't know, last year, the one in charge of him.
Lost looks down at Paint and will gingerly pet them. He's trying very hard not to throw up at the moment. I know he passed the save, but he's trying real hard. I got a 15. It was not a great roll.
I have adjustment rules in place. The DC was 12.
Oh, wow. All right.
Also, Fred barely made it!
Yes! You guys are still in the ill threshold, except for apparently Viv, who's just sitting there like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys?
Just eyeing Fred like a judging cat.
Yes. Eyeing the whole party.
He's actually still got the piece of building in his hand. Goodbye, Paint. I think we need to rest.
And now we're at the 2-hour mark. Well, 30 seconds ago, but I'm calling it. Everybody stand up, stretch. Hey, chat. All 3 chats, in fact. Get up, stretch, get water, use a bathroom, take care of your goddamn selves. I'm going to throw out the BRB screen. I'm going to leave mics live. Y'all stand up and you may discuss openly if you wish. But take care of your goddamn selves first. Hi, cat.
I kind of
Yeah.
just take care of myself throughout the course of the game, but sure.
That's kind of what I do too.
Yeah.
It's fine. I can use the break to catch up on notes and also to maybe start some dinner.
I had an interesting dinner of 2 chimichangas smothered with cheese in between some hamburger buns because they're going bad soon and I need to use them. And I have no more lunch meat.
Gasp. Such sadness.
Yeah. Rachella? I will banish you from this realm.
Right?
The break is technically more for viewers than me, to be honest. I'm also still not back yet. I'm just dropping off chips and dip.
Me. Thank you.
Mahaha! Well, thank you for the head pats, Rachella. Though we actually have an emote for that. Whiskers did an incredible job on these emotes. Like, holy crap. I mean, I know I managed for them, but still, really good.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
To quote Rin, Wibbles and sausages.
Woo.
Not quite. Is it Wiggles and sausages? Wibbleton sausages. Oh, I thought you said Wibbles and sausages. Okay, okay. I have no idea what it's from or anything.
Hey, Tiago.
Me?
You know how every once in a while you'll do... Oh? Oh no. What happened?
Yeah, Zim's giving me biddies.
Oh,
I keep randomly throwing biddies at them.
that's wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, what were you saying, Vari?
You know how you every once in a while do the marathon stream thing?
Yeah?
Rin sure did a marathon stream thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, how long was it, Zim? Like 36 hours or something?
For what?
Rin doing that marathon stream.
No,
while back.
Rin, you got to like 50 hours, didn't you?
Oh, okay, yeah, so it was a lot more than I thought.
To be fair, Rin had about 30 minutes of sleeping throughout the course of it, but he took 15-minute cat naps. He cheated. 'Cause cat.
Of course.
Honestly, at
We call it
15...
cheating, we call it winning.
Honestly, at 15 minutes each, it's like we probably could have just, he could have said he was going off to grab dinner, and we probably would have believed it and believed he was still awake.
Right, I have chips and dip as well, so I have some level of food. I'm gonna have to order something later because I'm lazy.
So, 16 minutes until Catma.
Jesus, yeah. Don't ever. Well, I'll do a marathon once you guys manage to pay my mortgage. Good luck.
I did a marathon
I'm just
for my
happy
birthday.
when you do stream.
Yeah, sorry, I
I'm
don't.
just happy
stream.
when you do stream.
Y'all tortured me. It was fantastic. That was great.
Era did Elden Ring with crowd control.
Oh dear.
It was great.
It was
terrible. I rapidly enjoyed it. I
It
use
was
that term properly.
entertaining.
Which it was kind of funny. There was a lot of like going back and forth between people contributing terrible things and people doing the helpful.
Yes. No, I wouldn't
Or
have
both.
survived the terrible things if it wasn't for the helpful.
I was usually doing both.
Yeah, both is the patrician's take on how to do that. That's
And
the pro strat.
and yes, me and Rygon are planning on doing it again when I have energy. So keep an eye out for torturing me more. Okay. So professional streamer noises. I'm totally not eating in stream. All right, I got a DM. Holy crap! I'm gonna put this food aside.
Normalize
actually
eating on
good thing.
stream. Streamers
No
need
joke.
to take better care of themselves.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The chips will be here though, so I've got to do the DM thing. You guys are outside the front gates, and you guys take the time to recover that you will need.
Enjoy your stay.
As you guys get up to the lovely cross point, you see that one standing pretty much just in perfect view, waiting for you guys to sign
That
in.
one.
Yes, that one, the gnoll-like creature with the smile that is friendly yet creepy. The toothy grin.
I'm still confused as to what you mean by that one.
That's his name. That one. That is what he goes by. Do we have... I think there's an image of him in Game Related somewhere. Or was it in Resources? Or is it art? It's one of them. Let me see. That one is the character's name. That's what he goes by. He is the gnoll-like creature that was the second in command to the Recallers that had the awkward, terrifying smiley grin. Here we go. Let me...
Oh, he must. Was he one of the ones that got introduced when we went to a meeting thing and
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I just did this one on the art.
Because I didn't recall what name was, but okay. Sorry. Continue.
Yep. You guys are allowed to check in. The gnome does the obligatory gnome thing of not this time a confetti popper, but very specifically aimed at a certain fret, an air horn
Toys?
that he pulls out and blows. And then puts away.
Hey, guess what? Fret's resistant to that.
You are. That's why he had no hesitation to blow it directly in your face.
Fret counters by throwing confetti at him.
He gives you the look. And then he signs you guys in and motions you outside. That one stands there waiting for you guys to approach.
That one? That one who?
Yes.
We just went over this.
I might have been away.
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
back.
Okay.
In the art channel of the private server underneath the Recallers of the Lost, just to remind you, this is the hyena guy that looks absolutely intimidating with the creepy, friendly yet terrifying smile.
Oh.
That is second in command. That one.
Okay. Oh,
His name is literally that one.
Okay. I'm
This
sorry.
one, that one?
Oh, this one's not here. It's that one.
Oh, it's that one.
Yes,
But
that
then
one.
which one's on first?
Who?
No, who's on first?
Yes, who's on first?
That one?
Oh, we're doing this.
I was aware. Before it even started, I think I was aware we were doing.
But yes, that one, the character name. Wow, I'm regretting naming him that one now.
Yeah.
Is standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for you guys to approach. His delightfully cheery yet terrifying smile plastered on his face, as if excited to see you all. We are at now. Chat. I'm assuming you
So
all
that
do
one is
go.
greeting us?
Yes, that one is just standing there waiting for you guys to approach him.
Sorry.
But where's this one?
Not here right now.
Sorry, collecting myself a little bit.
It's fine.
This is what I get for making meme characters. Oh well. I did this to myself. I did this to myself. I did this to myself.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Okay. I'll just eat chips until you guys approach him.
Painful
I was-
approach.
Oh, all right.
Brett will also.
That one, kind of teetering back and forth as if he's excited, goes, I see you guys have returned with no devil in tow. Unfortunate, but I assume that one of you has the vial of dangerous material that I am to discuss with you before we go too far. Yes? Yes?
Brett pulls out his bag.
Oh no, he looks directly at the scientist. I know which one of you probably has the vial of dangerous material.
He got to it first.
That
Oh,
one.
really? Surprising. He holds out a hand. May I have it? I'm assuming the scientist in the party wishes to do experiments, yes?
I have been told that I am not allowed.
Oh, that's so unfortunate because I was going to give you a couple of microliters to play around with as long as you promise not to make a bomb.
Well, in that case, who would I be to say no?
Ah, of course, scientists. May I have the container, please? I have a coffin waiting. He motions to his own shadow to take it away and deal with it as necessary. But we will give you a few microliters that the scientists can play with, because if we don't give it to the scientists, the scientific community always throws a fit. How sad.
Yeah, Fret's bag has a thing of preserved food in it.
You may keep the
No,
preserved
he
food.
can't. We can't die here. He doesn't have a coffin.
He will take the vial of dangerous substance and offer it over. The shadow seems to grab it and pull it down. He goes, we will get to that in a moment. For the time being, I'm going to bring you to Captain. Captain will do the show and tell portion of this little thing, and then surprise, 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 surprise. He, his other hand retracts from his back, showing a very disgusting looking knife that he sheathes. I am obviously not needed here, so I will go to the things that I do. Shallst we then, friends?
Brett nods.
Of course. Second in command.
Yes, follow me. He turns heel and begins to walk with that awkward, way too happy stride. as if so delighted. That nice smile plastered on his face as he leads you guys back to the direct office, where Arnold is sitting behind his desk. He will open the door for you guys, motion you all in, and then shut the door way too hard. And Arnold sighs and looks up and pushes the paperwork aside and goes, I hope that one was not too excitable for you all.
Not nearly as unsettling as the things we saw in that world.
Ah, yes. Many things to go over here. My first is apologies. That was a direct command from Sir Airban himself. That those that wish to travel the universe see that place or a kin place first. Speaking of which, show and tell time. Have you brought things interesting back for yourselves? Shall we start with the leader last?
Do you mean to have me go last or to go first?
First last. First.
Not again.
So again, just the sensation that he's got this mischievous smile on his face, even though the helmet doesn't emote. He's got it tilted just so.
I wish you to go first. Now that I'm done joking.
Era,
That's not.
Yes, sir.
would you say that chalk is something that Paint could manipulate with his earth powers?
Yes.
Great.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Paint is going to utilize his powers to move the chalk on Last's mask to reflect the expression he thinks Last would be putting on. And he is feeding the image of it to Last. So Last knows what expression Paint is giving him.
Lost doesn't know what Paint is doing because he can't feel what's going on the surface of the mask. And even though he tried to wipe away the chalk earlier on his coat, it's not exactly material that's going to wipe off chalk. So it was more like colored smears. So now there's probably things like multicolored eyebrows on his face. Lost has no idea that Paint is actually doing that.
Oh no,
No, he
Paint
does.
is...
You're
Wait.
showing a feed.
Yeah. You're getting a face cam of yourself fed into your head.
Brett looks absolutely fascinated by this.
Okay, so what I mean is, he sees the feed, he doesn't realize that that's what is happening. He thinks that he wiped the chalk off his mask.
Oh, good. So he's stuck
Oh.
like that. Understood. But yes, Arnold does motion for you to go ahead and show what you've gathered while stuck in that permanent expression doodled on your face.
Oh no, Paint is changing it around frequently to reflect what he thinks Last would be having for an expression. All the while, he's got his tongue out of his mouth, doing the little focus, the focus face.
You're going to have to clean your face off at some point. Got it. Poor Last.
Brett will, upon seeing this happen, will, do the, pull a single piece of chalk out of his bag and begin crushing it up and blow it at Last to contribute.
Paint will happily grab the dust and add it to the expression.
Blinks a few times behind his lenses with the very minute shutter noises at the blown chalk cloud as he's reaching into his evidence bag. Was that
Paint thinks he's
necessary?
being a good boy and helping.
Brett nods exuberantly.
I feel like it might be at this point the captain would realize that Lost actually has no idea what they're doing to him.
The captain's not going to say shit. He's trying to be serious right now, watching this, just going, yep, these are the kind of people that we hire. These are the kind of people we want. Yep. Because they're the only ones stupid enough to do this shit. Internal monologue aside, go ahead and present last while you are being emoted professionally.
Professional emotes. Well, Last is going to pull out the fist-sized chunk of government building from his evidence bag. A piece of a good memory in a dark world.
Explain.
It used to be a governmental building.
Evidence bag, please.
None shall see.
Lost it tries to
So,
hand
my
over
battle
both the
cry
evidence
may
bag
give me
and
away.
the stone because he thinks that's what the captain wants.
He takes the bag and he goes, no, that is for you to keep. Name who shows first, captain of your squad.
Let's go in order of acquisitions. Which means
Fret begins rummaging and pulls thing of preserved food out of his bag.
Preserved food. Do you really want this here, or are you just going to look at it?
Fret will like try to hand it over so that he has a free hand, and try to hand over the bag,
So,
and then we'll hastily pull out his chalkboard.
I just want to say to the chat real quick, influence is not technically allowed in this game yet, but I'll go ahead and send this to Era to see if he wants to implement it.
Yeah, sorry guys,
Well,
I don't use the
beginning-
cards.
It was begun chat.
Oh, this is
and D&D
different
people.
from cards.
Oh,
This is influence.
thought that was a card that was available.
Influence is different
No,
from
it's
the
a
cards.
separate thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was the thing.
So influence gets first off approved by me and then sent on to the storyteller. The cards are just automatic approval things.
Oh, gotcha. Unfortunately for that influence, I cannot approve it because Last Lost cannot look younger.
yep.
All right. Reject.
So please refund that.
Yeah, for those who are unaware, by Last Lost physiology, that wouldn't really be feasible, and also he wears a suit at almost all times in public.
Last is wearing a mask. You can't make a mask look younger with chalk being pressed all over it, unfortunately. So,
You can make it look older by adding wrinkles.
Please don't wrinkle my mask.
no, I don't accept influence in this game. Unfortunately, we have 3 streamers here: myself, Zim, and Taya. That wouldn't be fair to us. That don't make money or
Yeah.
have awkward things to it. Sorry, guys.
That one was just
anyways,
funny enough. I was
so
like, maybe. But
Mhm.
yeah. So Fret will offer the bag and the jar, and write out on his chalkboard for Arabane.
He shrugs and he offers the jar back and he goes, "We'll get to this."
Fret nuts.
Who is next? I got cheesed. Twice.
Next, I believe, is Shoal.
Yeah, all I did was grab a dagger.
But why did you take the dagger?
Shoal shrugs, kind of goes. At the time, it was the most thing I found. A detail of weapon. of weapon crafting that's different from where I come from.
Understandable. May I have the bag?
Yep.
I
The bag is handed over.
caution you to use that dagger. Most of the daggers that were held by common folk, as this one that you are holding here, were not made very well and have a bad habit of shattering.
Trial is
We-
the new job.
We call this wall art here.
So Shoal is just
Artist!
kind of gonna
It's artist!
what?
Artist.
The new job is artist or painter or something. She's got a giant paintbrush.
Could we not right now?
Yeah, could
Sorry,
you
sorry.
mute out when you
Sorry.
guys get there, please?
Tygo forgot they were muted.
Yep. Go ahead and
Wait.
mute, or what were you
Like,
saying, Joel?
Shoal was at the whole, don't bother wheeling it because it's probably gonna shatter.
Mhm.
Shoal is just kind of gonna deadpan and wiggle his paws because it's not like he can actually fucking carry the damn thing normally.
He goes, "You'd be surprised what feral creatures are willing to do to wield a dagger sometimes, or a great sword. Dragons are crazy creatures, and we got
I mean,
at least
dragons
several
have
here.
opposable thumbs. Have more opposable thumbs than I do. Fair.
Yet they continue to use their jaws to wield spears.
I mean, yeah. It's a lot more impressive if you can do it with your mouth.
Paint
Truth.
sends a mental image to everybody of Shoal with a with the dagger tied to the top of his head.
I am not a unicorn.
Who is next, Captain? Says Arnold.
Next,
I shall make this quick for you.
I believe. Next is paint.
Real quick, just to respond to the chat real fast. So, I mean, you guys can use the various other cards, just, sparingly like with other tabletop games, but you can't actually play the cards that would make things happen. Like, the reroll cards aren't valid. But the J-Stab card, sure, that's okay. Back in character, Paint is pulling... He's kind of looking at last, and then pulls out the bag with the soul in it. And he puts it he kind of puts his front paws up on the desk and then sets it down gently.
Arnold will
Still in the bag.
carefully open the bag and then pull out the soul echo, and he looks and he goes, "Ha! I didn't expect anybody to bring back one from this world. It's been dead so long. Do you five know what this is?"
Paint shakes his head, but he sends an image of him curling up around it.
I don't believe Shoal has any fucking clue what. I don't remember though. It depends on
I
what
don't
knowledge
recall
skill it was
who
under.
Yeah, I don't recall who passed the check for that, so
I-
I'm gonna say Fred probably doesn't know.
I think it was Dr. Volt.
Paint did pass as well, but he got a kind of more vague explanation of it, if I recall. His best interpretation of it. He remembered it was basically an egg.
Arnold goes, "This here is a soul echo. These are most commonly seen in worlds that have recently ended, even though they are rare even on those. The fact that you guys found one here is slightly surprising. Then again, maybe after a while, the blood star will fade and it'll return back to a white star, not like life will return, but this here is a soul that never got to live. If you ever enter a world that has recently ended, you will see maybe one or two of them if you're lucky. The downside of these being is that we don't know what to do with them here. We know that if they're given to a mortal creature that is still alive, they can be carried into being a child, but elsewise we've just gotten in the habit of leaving them behind to go ahead and go through the cycle again. We don't know if that helps or hinders. But this was simply a new soul that never got a chance at life.
Fret looks at the Soul Echo, and then kind of has a contemplative look. And then writes out on his chalkboard. Wait, this you it seems to be of similar stuff to another entity we encountered recently.
If you're talking about whatever you want to call the being, no. This is... Imagine if you never got a chance to live. This would be your soul.
Fred just kind of gives a blank look. And then explains out further. They're both made of the fabric of reality. Look, it's got threads.
It's wispy, yes, but they are not the same thing. If they were the same thing, this would not be able to be here.
Fred's brow kind of furrows.
The threads of fate and time cannot extend into this place, remember.
It's a nascent soul. One that never got a chance to live.
And I'm surprised you guys found it. One way or the other, as I said, if you give it to a mortal being, it can be buried as a child and given a chance to live. Here it serves no purpose. I doubt you're going to chase down and convince Sir Erebane himself to have a child of mortal flesh here.
As Paint has just been given a quest.
Oh no.
Elsewise, you
Right,
can...
I'm going to be right back.
Okay. Elsewise, you could probably bring it with you and maybe try to convince a mortal on one of the realms you go to. Elsewise, just leave it somewhere. It probably just needs to go through the cycle again. Whether or not we know whether it helps or not, we don't know. And he takes the bag back, and he will offer over the Soul Echo.
Paint will very gingerly put it back into his bag, and then turn to leave.
There's technically one person left. He just BRB'd.
Well, yes, but Paint has a quest.
Fred will go chase the guy after and kind of like try to stop Doggo.
I mean, he doesn't
Arnold.
really get too far.
The door is closed, so no, you don't get far.
Arnold goes, well, that was quick of him to try and leave.
Unfortunately.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about
Welcome back.
that, and sorry about the little outburst earlier. I was just really excited because Green Mage believers in shambles.
Green Mage. I still like Blue Mage. Either rate, a Dr. Volt.
I merely brought back a sample of some via that I found over there. I was attempting to circumvent a device there, and the properties of this metal were not exactly what I expected. So I
Yeah.
brought it back to do some research out of personal curiosity.
Absolutely understandable. This here is we call tension wire. It is a type of metallic entity that only seems to work in tension when it's being high strung. Otherwise, it's extravagantly brittle.
Interesting.
Right? It's been studied extensively, but you will probably have more fun learning about its properties on your own, correct?
Indeed.
Fantastic. So I believe now is the time to do the congratulations. Actually, first, I need to hear from each of you individually, including you, Paint. Please come back. The door is locked right now. Anyways, as you're being ushered back probably by a certain mute bard.
He was scratching at the door and then just kind of sighs and comes back.
I need to hear from each of you individually that you are indeed still okay with going. Know that these horrors exist across the universe and worse. For you to be
That
official
looks-
recallers, you need to understand that you will run across terrible circumstances that go far beyond this. You can either handle it or you cannot.
I have no intention of stopping.
Understood. And I believe Fret was about to speak, and I cut him off.
Well, Fret looks really incredibly amused by that. And then scribbles on his chalkboard, well, you aren't going to hear it from me. But
He
you
says-
aren't going to hear dissent either.
I'm pretty sure if I kick too hard enough between the legs, I might hear some sort of sound from you. Welcome to the... Go ahead.
Fret just looks kind of shocked at that.
Welcome to the humor of the recallers. I'm supposed to be professional. But that one is my second in command, so what do you expect? Sometimes brutality is necessary. Dr. Volt, I assume that you have no issues?
None at all. There are many unpleasant things that will be learned, but they must be learned regardless.
Indeed. Paint. Welcome to our fair city. You are a being that technically is immortal, but yet is not. One that has been deleted and gone through terrible circumstances, and your first visit to the city ran off. I assume you have found solace, as I get cheesed, here with this group.
He nods and sends along the same image that he did before of him staying close to the doggo form of Last Lost and following wherever.
I guessed as much. Interestingly, paw prints don't always translate to words, but he did write actual words occasionally, so those helped a lot in us determining that maybe he is ready. Last, as I get cheesed again. And again. You are the last of the group.
Of course I'm going to continue. How could I leave all of these fellows of mine otherwise?
Sometimes individuals leave with glee on their face, never having to face a thing again. Now, if you want me to be frank, I actually cried after leaving that place myself. It was quite terrible, and I hated it. But are you individuals, five of you here, ready for your reward?
Sure.
Fret nods.
He pulls up 5 vouchers and slides them across the desk and goes, "These will bring you to an individual who is keen and capable of leveling you up, as it were. Empowering you into the next stage of your adventure. As well as, if you care to, an official ceremony with Sir Erebane himself, as per the council, or you could just have lunch with him. One or the other, or you don't have to show at all. Sir Erebane usually doesn't care, but usually has a message to give you all."
Paint very much likes the idea of lunch.
But I don't have my.
Fret scribbles out, lunch does sound good.
Keys? Actual legitimate question. Did you say keys era?
No, vouchers.
Vouchers. Sorry. I think lunch with Sir Arabane sounds absolutely lovely.
Dr. Volt, any care or interest in either?
I am never one to turn down free food.
Who is? And then the captain stands up and says, "At such lunch, Arabane shall present you with what you should, as per the council. I would like to officially welcome you idiots, and yes, you're idiots, to the Recallers." And he gives you a bow. Then he stands up and says, "I am now your boss. Get the fuck out of my office. Lunch shall be tomorrow at noon. And Sir Arabane shall show up begrudgingly, or not begrudgingly, depending on how much he gives a damn that day. I'm sure he's more than happy to get out of the threshold right now.
Exceedingly.
I expect you all to make me talk to the council way too much for my comfort levels. Get the fuck out."
More than likely.
Yes, sir. And
Paint is
whilst
already
this going-
scratching at the door.
Salute. The door will fling open just to scare Paint half to death.
Hold on.
So just as confirmation, it was either we get the vouchers or we get the lunch with Arabane?
Nope, both. You
Okay.
have vouchers. It has specific instructions to take them to a certain attendant within this building.
The option was lunch with Arabane or a big ceremony with the council and Arabane.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Do you
No
want to know
ceremony.
who decided that it was one or the other? It wasn't the council.
It was Era.
It was Arabane. He's like, "Look, if you guys are going to force me to do anything, can we just have a fucking lunch, please? But we feel that it's this. You shut the fuck up. We're having lunch. Or they can have the big fancy ceremony if they really want it. Is that better? Now get the fuck out of here. I want to sleep."
Wonderful.
Indeed.
Well, if it is in the building that we are in, Fret will begin looking for a person to give voucher to.
The person that you have to give the voucher to is a very interesting individual that seems to be made of energy, very much like our lovely last year, except blue and kind of gin-like. No, they
Oh,
don't
dear.
seem excited to see you as you walk in, nor do they appear to be male. They appear to be gender question mark?
Okay.
As you walk in, they hold out their hand and they say, "You 5 have vouchers. I will give you guys an option. I can either go ahead and create scales to be created, or I can impart with you the next stage of your strength."
Fascinating.
Fret will scribble out. The second one does sound good, but how many scales are we talking?
Enough to get to level 2.
Well, I had partially considered perhaps holding on to the voucher until I had attained such a level myself in order to get more bang for my buck, as they say, but if it is specifically to level 2, I shall take the training.
She will take the voucher. She'll put a hand to your head, and suddenly you're parted with knowledge, and you stumble back. It was like being hit with a train of knowledge.
Well, sure,
Oh,
I'll
dear.
take the level up.
Shoal, same thing. Hand to the forehead, and you stumble back as you're imparted with knowledge.
Knowledge on how to hunt Fae more.
Hey, look, I actually got a decent roll on H for one life.
What do I even get from second level? Oh, I got combat style.
Nice. Paint, are you taking the level, or are you going to take the scales?
He sends a mental image of basically a big pile of scales in front of him with him eating them.
Bonus attack this guy.
He's taking the scales.
It didn't kill all.
You're
Mostly
taking the
so he can
scales.
eat them.
And then level up anyways.
Yes.
The djinn specifically takes the voucher, puts a hand to your forehead, and then pulls it back, and then you suddenly see a pile of scales, which Paint immediately devours with gusto.
Exactly. He is fat puppo. For a moment.
Wow.
Fred's gonna
Fred?
Fred's gonna take the level up because that's what he would do anyways with him.
You level up, same thing.
Lost is going to sigh as they see Paint's reward and hand the voucher over. And they're going to opt for the level up.
Yep, unlike the others, you do not stumble back. You feel your entire form shift because you are of Arabane's influence. Do you want to know how level up is shown with you since you're a patron or you're a paladin of his?
Sure.
You know how I don't have to say shit. A more solid form.
Oh, right. So it's
And
not
bigger. Go ahead.
Well, yes, and bigger tail. I'm aware.
Go ahead.
So, unlike the rest of you, it's not apparently visible because he's kept his tail in a nice, neat cover. But he's starting to feel mildly uncomfortable in his suit at the moment because he just became denser.
Mahaha.
Mahaha!
There we go.
Lost is going to just sort of shimmy his shoulders a bit and shudder. I should have expected that.
Arnold says you should have. Or no, the being says you should have. You've accepted Arabane's taint, as it were.
I wouldn't necessarily call it that.
Do you have a better word for it?
I consider it as being under their shade, when otherwise I would be scorched beneath the summer sun.
The being pokes your nose and goes, "Cute. Just be aware that it usually manifests a little bit more potently than you expect. And speaking of potent, they drag a finger underneath your chin. You know Hurricane. Or will at least manifest as a finger.
Last pulls back, takes off his helmet, just so he can provide an expression.
Oh, but he's already had an expression.
There's
I think
several
Paint
doodled
stopped.
on there.
Yeah, he didn't know about the doodles, though. He looks annoyed. The offer is appreciated. But unfortunately, you are not the one I would ask for.
Unfortunate. You know where I work.
And I'm sure I'm in the directory. He puts the helmet back on. His glove has smeared the chalk. Looks at his glove. Was there as much chalk on my face before?
You may want to wash your mask, dearie.
I just kind of like the
Frederick's
idea that when Lost took off his mask, the chalk stayed there in place. It was just floating in front of the shadowy mass there.
Besides, there is only one who could be as hungry as me anymore.
You see the energy. You know that it winked at you. Nobody else does.
He didn't even mean it that way. And he just turns around to leave. His tail is going to end up sweeping through them.
The energy being saw another energy being and went, hi there.
Sadly, other energy being does not have eyes for that one.
Unfortunate. Yet.
Clearly, energy being has eyes for paint. Paint is in trouble.
Paint is too adorable. Has all of lost attention.
So you guys are going to have about an afternoon to kill. And then tomorrow morning, I'm going to walk away. If you guys want to do any role playing, do anything in particular, you're free to. And then I'll be back shortly.
I'm adjusting character sheet.
Um,
That's-
Some of it doesn't, but most of it does.
yeah,
Dr. Volt will be beginning to
They said that
begin construction on the emergence spot. As he has the second level, he has a second device he can make. Did I say something wrong?
No.
Okay, everyone just went silent.
I've been trying to decide on a feat.
What were you gonna say, Paint?
So I was having Taldarius help me with leveling stuff because I am still not super familiar with Pathfinder. So I'm probably going to be doing that later, unless there's stuff that I need to do in front of Era here.
I think the only thing would be rolling of HP.
Okay.
Which we're still doing the average or better thing, or is it just
Yeah,
flat?
The
Okay.
rule, I believe, is still average or better. Unless Arabane wants to tell us otherwise.
Is feat even levels or odd level?
Odd
levels.
Unless
Okay.
you get a bonus feat.
Yep.
I get a bonus feat because of my combat style. I just can't decide which one.
I mean, in some technical senses, I gain a bonus feat. In that, I gain specifically Scribe Scroll.
Hey, that's a pretty
It is.
great speed.
Yes.
Scribe Scroll is amazing.
Okay.
Um,
6 HP then.
Yep, I always do half or better because I'm not going to screw anybody with 1 HP. I don't like doing that. As somebody that's played a fighter that only rolled only maximum rolls a 4 for HP, no, it doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It just doesn't make sense. So I do half or better. You roll. If you get below half, you take half. If you get above half, great. Because low HP will screw a character to death and back again, and there's no way to recover that.
Technically, you can purchase HP, but
you can, but it's a feat tax, and it kind of sucks.
No, it's not a feat tax. You can just pay money.
In this realm, yes.
No, I mean that is a rule. It's just like
Is it?
It's exactly like feat retraining, and you can only train your HP up to the possible maximum it could be.
Oh, that's if people use training rules. Most people don't.
Okay.
So
I got lay on hands.
You do, but if you only have 3 HP, you're dead.
So
no, I'm just
Viv, the
Go ahead.
The rending claws, Viv, I don't think would well, because there is opportunity for you to miss a claw and that ruins it.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do improved natural attack, that's always gonna
Yeah,
be good.
and it's technically double So
Mhm.
it gives me double the amount rending would get, but rending is still a fun.
Oh yeah, rending is great when it lands.
And the fact that it's precision damage,
Yes.
which is great against something, less great against others.
Yep. Just make sure to make note that if you do take rending, that it is a precision damage thing, because
Yep.
I will
Although
forget.
I think I'm just gonna grab natural.
It's probably the smarter
Well,
idea.
Aspect of
rending
the
later.
beast does have some wild stuff though.
Yeah, I can get an even bigger bonus on my initiative checks.
Like, you need it, Viv. Gods. I know your fucking initiative rolls.
But they could be higher.
Do what you do. Bear in mind, you guys don't need leveling right now. Likely the rest of this game is going to be roleplay.
Oh, I mean, I've already finished.
I'm sure you did. So paint is safe to
Actually, I don't
get
think I
leveling up.
have dark vision, so night senses could actually.
Ooh.
Does anybody want to do anything with the rest of this afternoon and or morning before you're remanded to lunch, apparently, with Erebane? You guys could have denied it, by the way. You guys could have just said, fuck that, give me the badge.
Lunch is fine. Food.
Oh no,
Well,
paint.
I-
So for paint, it's two things. One, he's got a quest to go see Erebane now, and two, food.
True.
Yeah, Fred has a jar of preserves to give to Erebane.
Yep, because you're going to bring preserves to Erebane from a war-torn world.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to be available.
Because
So-
that's probably the one thing that was the utmost care was given to. Because survival.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Shoal is just food oriented.
I understand. It sounds like you guys are just kind of going to go and sleep until time comes.
Cat nap.
I mean,
Nope.
is that such a bad thing?
Not really. You guys just went through a very, very stressful situation. It was kind of expected that you guys would take some time to recover.
Oh, paint is requiring fetch time.
Mm-hmm.
Lost also requires fetch time.
Dr. Volt requires, assuming working 10 hours a day, the next month to finish making the emergency button.
Well, we'll get to that. Did you want to study the wire? And you will be delivered a few milliliters of the energy stuff. If you wish to start, you can roll a science for me.
I shall gladly roll a science. Oh, and by the way, this is not exclaiming it out, but I felt I should correct myself from earlier. It is apparently Pictomancer.
Yep.
Those are words.
The new
Pictomancer
job.
is a very cool type of class.
It's from
power.
FF5.
6.
Oh,
Sorry, I keep forgetting. It's one of the ones that has weird numberage.
Well, I mean, it could be in 5. I don't remember the. I don't really
anything
remember the
like that in
classes in 5. But
It's,
Realm was 1 in 6 for sure.
yeah, then it's 6 because I'm thinking of Realm.
Okay, 12 plus. Is this a knowledge or a craft?
craft.
Okay, then that is a. Where the fuck did. There's my character.
Math.
That is a. Oh, right, nanite surge. Also using the nanite. Means I add 5. That is a total of a 29.
Yep, you find you have 39 feet of a very particular wire that only seems to be very strong underneath tension. Its strange properties seem that the metal filaments of this particular wire only bind to itself very strongly when placed underneath tension. While handling it gently, it's perfectly fine, but any amount of force when it is not in tension seems to make it snap and crumble. You lose 5 feet of this wire doing your testing, and you find out that it would be very useful as razor wire or as trap wire that requires any form of tension. Surprisingly, when it's underneath tension, it is extravagantly hard to break unless you do something deliberate to break it. Hence the trap that it was set upon.
Like cutting it, I presume.
Yes, cutting it or some sort of device to force it open. If you guys had tried to force this open, the trap would have also gone off. Very interesting metal. Which, yes, you have 54 feet left of it. That you may use at your pleasure. It
Wait,
is
how many
considered
feet?
a special
25?
material.
See?
Yep, it is 34 feet left.
Okay, 34 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yay, tension mechanics. I'm assuming you spend this entire afternoon studying this stuff before your leaders are done, but you guys get to have lunch with Arabane.
Mhm.
As I mispronounced my own name. Vaguely. It is Arabane, but I'm lazy. It's my name, I can do what the fuck I want with it. Nothing grand, it is a sandwich shop that you guys are being brought to near the castle.
Sandwich.
When you guys get there, the patron of this particular cafe has put up balloons and a little congratulation message. The dwarf is very used to this kind of bullshit and probably has the stuff on hand constantly. Arabane is sitting in the center, waiting. Surprisingly, no alcohol on hand. In front of him, a packet as well as some badges and other things that you would expect to get during a particular ceremony.
Paint is running up eagerly,
Be happy, but there's not even loot over here.
Paint,
setting
hurry
it,
up.
Only spot.
setting his head on Era's lap.
Arabane looks over and goes, "All right, hi. Excuse the congratulation message. The dwarf that runs this place likes to torture me." And you hear a ha 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 ha. I would torture you from and back.
Lost is currently in his casual wear because it's supposed to be a lunch.
And he motions towards the chairs and goes, "I'm assuming Paint is not taking one at all."
Nope.
Lost is going to sit as near to Paint and Arabane as he can. You act like they're going to suddenly vanish.
Who, the balloons or you?
Oh, I meant Paint towards you. They've been very excited ever since we came back.
Paint
It
is
shouldn't surprise me. I smell like home to him. Go ahead.
Paint is pulling out the soul echo and putting it in Arabane's lap.
Arabane looks down and goes, "All right." Then looks at last.
We found it on Agnelius.
All right.
Paint sends a mental image of an egg hatching with a baby bird inside,
Or not yet.
and just looks at Arabane expectantly.
What it is.
Happy tail wags.
Arabane blinks and then looks directly at Lost and goes, "Does he want me to bring the soul to life?" Here.
Paint, that's not exactly... That's a lot to ask of Arabane.
He's wagging faster.
He kind of looks up a bit helplessly at Arabane.
Arabane looks over at Lost and goes, "You do realize what you are, yes?" Or excuse me, over to Paint.
He sends the mental image of himself with a quizzical feeling to it.
looks back at last and goes, I don't know how to tell him this, that he is, that forever.
I'm not sure I follow. Do you mean not alive, technically?
You're more than not alive anymore. And something I guess should have been explained to you better. Outside of here, everything is real. It's part of the cycle, life, birth, death. If you weren't here, you wouldn't exist anymore. You don't technically exist anymore, all of you. If I were to have a child here, well, I may be able to foster them into adulthood. They'd be born in a place that doesn't exist, thus making them like you. Or worse, like me.
As I said, Pain, it is a lot to ask of Arabane. What was that?
We might need to go
A chip.
away for it.
Sorry. Go ahead, Paint.
Paint sends along an image of a smaller version of himself running around, with him running alongside and doing hunting, and then followed by a quizzical but sad feeling as the little version disappears.
Last just sighs and pets over Paint's head. Even as much as we might wish it at times, we are, compared to the rest of the real, just a dream. I couldn't say whether or not this existence would be fair to bring someone into.
His ears droop,
You have to
and he
wait
just
till
puts
another
it back
day
into
to
his
rest.
bag, curling up underneath
And
last
sometime on
chair.
that day-
I love the children that I have had in my mortal life very much. Enough to the point where if one were to show up here, I would be extravagantly destroyed. That soul deserves a mortal life, in the cycle, to be born to live again. Not stuck here with us that are remanded to what is my prison and your last hope. Bring it to a mortal land. Find a suitable parent. Please don't give it to one of my reincarnations, summons, whatever you want to call them. I forget the terminology. Avatar. As they are reflections of me, and I'm sure in the mortal coil I will not say no. But let's only bring those here that deserve it, or need it. I'm sorry, Paint. The truth is, place only exists as long as I do, and as long as reality exists. One day everything will be nothing, probably. As far as we know. For all I know, we exist forever now. But that's beside the point. I am apologetic to disappoint, as I get cheese in my face. There's a couple of things that I do for the recallers before I let you all off. I am sorry to expose you to a world so terrible.
Fred will interrupt by setting a jar of preserves down in front of Aaron.
I'm afraid to eat that. We'll get there. First, I'm supposed to do the official thing and give you guys badges. They're already in folders, and he pushes the folders forward. These are your official badges of your colors that will allow you to leave and enter. You just flash it, explain your reasoning, and the gnome at the front entrance will let you leave or come. I don't know why he does that job. He hates it. But yet he remains and refuses to leave. Second is a pin that you are allowed to wear. Once again, this is the council's choice. If you choose to wear it, sure. If you don't choose to wear it, who cares? But I guess it's supposed to be a mark of being important or some nonsense. Zim,
Yes.
please change the title of your stream to Confession of a Dragon. If you can. Or when the mods can.
I mean, I can. Are you changing the title of the entire episode?
Mm-hmm. Part 2.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh. Oh no.
Was I premature in switching over to the tavern music from the sad playlist?
Oh no, you're not going to need the sad playlist. I would just mute music.
Ah, okay.
No, you don't have
So,
to-
Confessions of a Dragon?
Yes.
Okay.
We ready?
Go for it.
Arabane steeples his fingers and sets them down in front of himself, and he says, "The reason why I want all recallers to visit a place like that is for them to understand how terrible the universe can be. Because I don't want anybody to follow the tracks that I followed in my mortal life, seeing how terrible mortal beings can be. By many accounts, I am an evil being. From my actions, from the things I have done for those that I have hurt, tortured, devoured, and erased from this universe. Seeing, experiencing, and doing anything you can lead down dark, terrible paths. It was the end of the First War when I settled down after losing my family, my children, my partner, and opened a bar for my kind, hoping for us to gather again in the cities that once were for my kind on my world. Before something happened, before I knew it, there were catapults launching into the town that had recruited, forcing us into caves and dark parts, animals all being wiped out. As food ran dry, my kind took upon itself to fight each other. A thing that can and will happen with dragons. We do consider each other food in dire circumstances. Me and myself, others decided to go against the war surge, and were very promptly captured. And I was locked in a cage. A cage that you may have seen. Different parts of the world of that place. Bear in mind, this is not the world I am from. Paint knows the world I am from and how harsh it can be. That teeters constantly on the edge of being a blood star. My kind were starved and weakened because our souls could not be taken as long as we had mental prowess, and that is what was pushing their war forward. children were brought to see us dying. I didn't necessarily survive. I was brought back by kind souls, as a few others, and I took a very different path than they did. I took a path of revenge. With anger, I destroyed the descendants of those that did to me as they did, even though they were themselves not guilty, even if the war that had propagated by the death of my kind destroyed many cities and towns and wreaked havoc to the point where the people that still survived swore it off. My line of vengeance did not end there. It was the beginning. Throughout my mortal life, the direction of who I was taking revenge to escalated bit by bit by bit. Started with the humans, cascaded to all humanoid creatures, cascaded to anybody or anything that was mortal that I thought indeed had a hand in it, to demons and devils, to the gods themselves, until I was thrust out for being a problem, refusing to be anything that they were. Unfortunately, I made some very good friends, and I cannot be fully deleted, but I am here now. I make sure that recallers go to a war-torn world to see the terrors that are there, because some of the terrors that are there will drive you mad. I gravely apologize that I forced you all to see that, but I would hate to have another soul corrupted and fall down the path that I did that led me here. And then he looks directly at Last. I have done terrible things. But after watching the universe for so long from a prison that was empty and blank and nothing until the city's creation by a soul that wandered through, I saw the cycle as it was. And death and destruction like that is just something that happens. Some worlds survive it, some don't. And some end up with a being like me that could very well be the apocalypse, devouring everything and leaving nothing behind. This is the reality you face as recallers. You will see souls that have done terrible things. You will see worlds that have done terrible things. Some of those souls will be departed and lost like you yourselves or me. And you bring them here. Because nobody deserves the fate of nothing. Not even the ones that I have devoured. And this is my penance, this city. And this is why I refuse to be worshipped as a god. Nor have ever ascended. Are you truly willing to accept this at the behest of somebody that has done so terrible?
Yeah.
Fred just nods.
I have no objections.
Lost seems mildly exasperated. Did you really think I would object?
You never know. You as a paladin, if you ever lose faith, don't go to a good place and can't return. Hence why I'd rather you do it here, where I could at least stop you from being flung out to there.
The only concern you should have is if I ever find someone who may drive me to consume.
I pray you don't. You do not want to be in my shoes.
Says the one soul more lost than I.
Paint?
Paint is curled up under Last's chair at the moment, but he was listening. The big ears tilting back and forth. He crawls out and
I mean,
kind of leans in close to Araban and gives a big sniff.
He still smells like home to you.
I don't think one of them's going to survive for you to do that.
He
though.
sends along a mental image
Wait, are they
of
beast?
Doggo Araban.
Are. I should have favorite.
The first one looking very aggressive and angry before becoming more friendly, and the long tail starting to wag.
Some of it.
Probably a tree in the background getting knocked over.
Darn.
And
He put the... Go ahead.
he just puts his head on Araban's lap.
Puts a hand in your head and goes, yeah, revenge is a bad idea. The universe gains nothing by revenge. Unfortunately, you will see a lot of it. Just shout what you want from the door from the back. We shall have lunch and we shall leave all this nonsense behind. By the way, feel free to give the finger to the Church of Erebane whenever you pass by it. Those bastards do not seem to relent, and I'm pretty sure at this point in time they're just doing it to piss me off. None of them are recallers.
Say it to them, you know I already do that. Also, tilts his head up. Brisket, please.
Anybody else order anything specific?
Paint just sends one word: food.
Shoal is just gonna blink and go, well, squid if you have it, but if not, I'll just take any bait.
Dr. Volt has no specific dietary requests.
So, what type of preserves is it that Fred had acquired? Are they fruit, or are they like vegetable? What exactly?
This is a war-struck country with the bent on violence. Meat. It's meat jelly. You're making Urbane eat meat jelly.
Oh, then yeah, Fred will just write out bread because Fred's gonna make a potted
Meat jelly sandwich?
So it's like Spam, but less solid?
Yeah,
It's jellied meat.
Potted meat.
God, that's
Yep.
making me... Oh.
This is what gets you? This is what gets you? It wasn't the torture, it's potted meat.
Yes!
Okay,
That's hilarious.
that's great.
But also, yeah, that makes sense because it's my dad loves it. Oh God.
I hate to
Also-
admit that I actually kind of like potted meat. It just looks disgusting, and if I don't see it being put on a sandwich, I'm usually okay with it. It's just if I see it coming out of the can, I just can't.
But yeah, that with a little bit of mustard. Yeah.
Right? Scout!
I
Well,
mean, as somebody that has gout, yeah,
why
not
fireball
pleasant.
someone who refused to cook
Ugh.
But yeah, that and knee injuries get me.
I'm never going to tell you about my knees then. Ever.
Oh, I've been
What about
through
your
plenty of
nephews?
those myself.
Yeah, I tore a meniscus, so
I've
There's no
done.
cartilage behind my kneecaps anymore.
fortunately it was a minor tear and it folded back into place and rehealed.
For me, in middle school, I tore my meniscus, and the PE teacher told me to walk it off, and I'm like, no, this is
Oh
something worse.
no!
I refused.
Ugh.
I was a snowboarder, and I was learning how to snowboard when I was 16, and I dislocated my first time I dislocated my knee was when I was 16. The second time was I was 17, and I was never brought to the doctor's office. And unfortunately, I have a disease that prevents my cartilage from healing. There's no cartilage there. I can just pop my knee out just at random walking around, and I can do all sorts of crazy shit with my knee that I should not be able to do. Sometimes the kneecap just kind of drifts off to the side.
See,
It's
what I
very
did in
painful.
mine is I used to do martial arts, and one of the methods of stretching we did was we'd be on our backs on the floor with our legs going up the wall, and I wasn't quite flush with the wall one time. And I put pressure on my knees to, straight to make sure they were completely straight, and I hyperextended my right knee by about 45 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's
And then I popped
let's
that
just
sucker back into
continue
place.
Should we?
Yeah, let's-
do we need
yeah,
a
let's-
break?
let's just continue with other things.
Okay, happier stuff. Possibly. Probably
Happier
not.
things. Sandwiches.
Yes.
Yeah, sandwich.
Sandwiches.
Meat jelly sandwiches.
I mean, there's two people eating meat jelly sandwiches. I mean, Arabane will eat anything. And I don't have to describe what this is like. So we're going to move on to the happier stuff. You'll have a nice little lunch. You guys get little pins that you can put in your bells. You guys get official cards with your face on them.
Woo!
And you guys are level 2.
Wait, are these waterproof?
Yes.
Okay,
They're
good.
made out of the strange material you haven't seen from your homeworld called plastic. Except more permanent. Because here.
Oh no, I'm going to be
So-
putting microplastics in the ocean.
So, Era, kind of funny in the what we went through. My level up into level 2 mute musician
Mm-hmm.
gives me the ability dulled horror.
Right?
A second level mute musician gains a +4 bonus against saves against confusion, fear, and insanity effects, and the supernatural abilities of aberrations.
Like eating a meat jelly sandwich.
But no, I'm talking about like the whole adventure we just went on.
Yep.
It's usually how it works.
I mean, that was tutorial stuff, honestly,
Yeah.
out of character. For me to be like, by the way, I'm going to do these terrible things and worse here. Surprise.
Yeah.
Kind of the point of the campaign, to a degree. Because I like dark shit for some reason and like to do terrible, terrible things. Because terrible, terrible things exist, and I don't know why.
Yep.
Well, I'm evil. But we knew that. Yeah, you guys are able to do lunch. The dwarf is going to continuously bring food until y'all leave. Mainly because apparently Paint is going to eat himself until he can't get up. We might want to be concerned about Lost. And Arabane's a bottomless pit.
And Shoal is also going to just eat until he might be full.
He might be, or he can't fit, or he can barely fit through the door. Got it.
So for Fret though, it's just he'll have a sandwich with Arabane and then probably something better than a potted meat sandwich.
Probably a good idea because salty.
Gross.
Yeah, salty foods are great. Salty
I like
foods are
salty
great.
foods, but man, you need like 7 glasses of water with that.
Hey, salt fish is great. That's even worse.
All right, so moving on from the gross. We don't need to talk about Lutefisk.
Dr. Volt just eats
No,
a
no.
reasonable amount of food.
2 people do in the party. I'm questioning the rest of the party.
But no, saltfish is it's just cod or other whitefish that has just been dehydrated in salt.
I know what it is. I don't typically like fish because I've had food poisoning so many damn times.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I eat sushi, crab, and shrimp. That's it. I don't even eat lobster anymore because I can't. Makes me ill. But that's because I've had food poisoning so many damn times that it's just like really easy for me to get.
Part of the way through the meal, though,
Yes.
Paint is going to send a mental image out of his old pack and the soul echo, and then a quizzical thing of the soul echo going to his pack to Erebane.
I think this one's for Last to explain about what the party can't, or what he can't really do.
So, Erebane is not necessarily capable of sending things to other worlds like that, Paint. And it is generally ill-advised to try and return to your home world. I wouldn't necessarily say there's an exact rule on it, but having been rejected from there once, or in my case lacking a home world to return to, it could be risky in its own ways.
He seems to think on this for a moment before he sends the doggo version of Last with the soul echo going to his old pack. And just he's wagging.
Would it work with Faye? He looks up at Erebane.
He was a mortal being. Not all Fae are them.
I suppose it would be possible.
Faster wagging.
I can't make any guarantees, Paint.
Slower wagging.
We don't have the coordinates for that world. And
Do, Erebane says, but I wouldn't recommend going to my planet or his. The people there are very quick to turn and murder.
as I was going to say, and that world is a volatile one. I would rather give that soul to a more peaceful world if we can find it.
Fret will scribble out. What about mine?
Fret would know how to character that those that enter Olorun probably would not be able to leave. It is a locked world. It would have to be a toss it in and hope situation.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
Fret's down. This is not a deterrent.
Yeah, like Lost doesn't know about Olorun, I don't think.
One sec.
Hold the line.
Nope.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Nisha Stargale raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Yes, Chad, I actually did head tilt there. I do actually physically head tilt when I'm like, what?
Nisha, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? You've come into the middle of our Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder campaign, which is streamed alongside drunk_dragon_era, as well as Oniko Tiago. I hope I said that right.
You said both parts wrong.
Both parts? Oh.
Oh,
Oniko
Neko
Tiago.
Tiago.
Okay, what is it then?
Oh, Neko Tiago.
Oh, Neko Tiago. Okay. That one. I'll give shout-outs for them shortly.
I'm sorry that I phrased it exactly that way, but usually I'm used to like people being like Oniko Tiago or Oneko
Tiago.
Tiago.
Tiago is what I hear a lot.
They usually get one of them right. So it kind of blindsided me that you got them both wrong.
Well, either way, thank you so much for that raid. I'll be in the chat from here. Thank you for that, sharing your community with me. I appreciate it. All right, carry on.
Yes, thank you for sharing your community with Zim. He's a cutie.
He is cute. Zim cute.
What number am I on?
Yep.
8. No. Yes, 8.
Okay. Back to role playing. Erebane will probably eat his fill and let you guys decide what to do with the soul echo on your own, so that way you guys can open roleplay it a bit. Erebane does highly suggest not bringing it back to his or Payne's homeworld because of how quickly people are turned to violence. He doesn't see his homeworld as something of a good place to be, especially with how bad the gods are. But that is a choice he leaves to you guys. Leaving you guys to literally eat your fill because the dwarf will absolutely feed you guys happily. He was just being a jerk to Erebane. It's like the dwarf hates dragons or something.
Who'd have thought?
Lost is going to actually ask Fred about his homeworld, since now is a good time.
All you, Fred.
Is there anything we should know about your homeworld before we decide to chuck a soul into it?
Fret will begin drawing out a sphere, and then draw another sphere around the sphere.
Thanks for the bits, Zim.
Yeah, Zim, thank you for bits.
Oh.
You guys don't need to thank me for those. Just, carry on.
Mm.
Yeah, but they're going to.
Yeah, so sphere around a sphere is drawn out on his chalkboard.
It's a double sphere?
Fret shakes his head.
Then a barrier?
Fret nods.
Would that not stop us from putting the soul in that world?
Fret shrugs.
I feel like this would require an amount of research. Just behind, with his mask, his eyes are narrowing. Just the whole, not sure if kosher.
Fret will kind of gesture questioningly at Erebane.
Erebane doesn't know about every world we come from. I think.
Just talking about Erebane like he's not even there.
I was getting a drink.
Oh, so he really wasn't there.
No,
We just look over at Arabane and he's just gone.
I mean, it's not uncommon. His patron is Fate, so Fate will literally tug Arabane out for no good goddamn reason. Because Fate is an asshole. Arabane's just going to be like, yeah, it's a locked world. They're amidst a possible apocalypse right now. Somebody did something stupid.
Imagine that.
Yeah, mortal beings, they do what they do. As I said, history repeats itself. Some worlds survive, some worlds don't, and Ola Run is in that current balance where either it will or will not shatter. But it's also been in a weird position for about 100, 300 years on its time scale, so he shrugs. One side of the world's controlled by a dominating perfect species that figured out immortality and destroying the gods one by one, and the other side is controlled by a bunch of corporations that are hiding the truth.
Fun.
Sounds horrible. We're not putting the soul there.
Fret frowns.
Sorry to put it so bluntly, Fret.
Fret shrugs.
There's a Terran on one side.
Lost is just going to gently pat Fret on the head.
I wouldn't want to live there.
Fret looks so offended.
Arabane shrugs and goes, I got an avatar there and 2 children. What do you want?
Fret blinks a couple times.
Yeah, I remember your cousin.
Fret gives a questioning look.
Okay, one of the cousins. Married a catfolk.
Fret nods slowly.
Yeah, one of their little group there is a worshiper of mine.
Fret kind of does the whole looking back and forth and like at Lost and then Arabane and kind of leans back a little.
How else do you think I know a lost happened in that planet and dragged your ass here? Well, technically that one dragged their ass here. Points at Shoal.
Shoal smirks.
But
Yeah,
you
Fret
guys wouldn't
kind
have
of-
found your way out of that.
Yeah, Fret has kind of the look of realization.
I didn't want to pry, but I was curious as to how you managed to be detached from a locked world.
Faye.
Ah.
Extra dimensional space. You know. No offense, Paint.
Paint's just looking sad.
Just scritches behind Paint's ears. You are not all Fae, and all Fae are not you. In fact, you are the best Fae. And then he leans over and gives Paint a hug.
Paint happily hugs back. I'm counting that as a point.
It's effectively a good boy point.
Once again, Arabane says, I'm actually going to physically leave this time, like I said before, and let you all choose. AKA open role play time, but Arabane's not coming back this time. Arabane probably didn't leave last time. He probably sat down somewhere else and started eating until he was questioned to hang back up.
See you later.
Best of luck.
What about you, Dr. Vold?
I'm sorry, I've been distracted by FanFest. What am I being asked?
Lost is effectively asking if Dr. Volt has any suggestions on what to do with the soul, and also by implication if Dr. Volt's homeworld would be a good place for it.
Well, in my world would not necessarily be a bad destination, I would think. But returning would be somewhat problematic, given that we're not really supposed to go to a home. I would, however, say that there is no reason we could not bring it along on our missions, and if we find a relatively normal world where we are assigned to, say, gather stories or foodstuffs, leave it to be reborn there.
That seems fair. Perhaps better than asking if each of our homeworlds would be a good place.
Paint will nod.
And once again, finding it difficult to have a private moment with my patron. He shrugs.
It can be like that.
Really? And what experience do you have in this? He folds his arms.
I mean, where I'm from, we worshipped an ancient brine dragon. Shoal shrugs.
Technically, Paint now knows of a place where he can visit the patron discreetly and independently. If Paint cares to share. The one place Erebane goes that he knows that most of the beings here will not go, except for those that are done.
Oh yeah, the
edge of the bridge. Mm-hmm.
Paint sends that the end of the bridge along as an image to Last. And it'll be both Last and Erebane in doggo form at the end of it.
Lost actually just sort of fidgets with his fingers a bit. I have reasons I don't go that far along the bridge.
He sends along another image of... it's a rough little view of this little restaurant with everybody around. Everybody in doggo form except for Shoal. And everywhere else that we've encountered Erebane, which I guess was just one other place. Again, surrounded by everybody. And then again, the image of just Lost and Erebane at the end of the bridge.
I'll think about it. He ends up fidgeting so hard with one of his suit hands that it just sort of undoes itself with a clack. And he ends up pulling it away. Oh.
Kenku, thank you for the raid. Hi, Licios. I believe it's pronounced Lycos.
Lycos.
Lycos. Thank you, Lycos. Also, thank you, Kenku, for the raid. Hi, I'm Drunk Dragon Era. I do D&D bi-weekly and sometimes some other crap, including apparently torturing myself with Elden Ring crowd control, because that's going to continue.
Why would...
Because
That's
I actually...
just a terrible idea.
I enjoyed the torture for some reason.
It's nice that we were also helping while also harming.
Yeah, they were sending bosses after me while giving me tons of, like, a little army was following me at one point, and they summoned a boss, and the army took care of the boss while all I did was dodge.
You're welcome, because I was the
Piccolo
cause
would
of
be
both of
proud.
those.
And then somebody summoned a summon, and the summon got high speeded and killed me in 2 hits. Because I was like level 3.
Yeah, that was me and Viv comboing.
Yeah, I summoned Anastasia, the Tarnished Eater, and Varien went, "Hey, let's super speed her," and suddenly she just became Sonic and just smacked.
It was the wrong attack combination. I couldn't get away. But yep, that's me. Hi.
It was very entertaining.
It was.
I just summoned as many Littels as I could get.
Yep. You can see it all on YouTube, including me screaming, "Why would you speed it up?"
Gotta go fast.
I would like to note that I am so sad that you crashed after I summoned so many flowers.
Yeah, you crashed me.
Yeah, because they couldn't move, so they were just force rendering the areas really far away from Era.
Yep. But either way, back to Pathfinder.
Okay.
Yes. Paint is now sending a follow-up image to last of him walking along the bridge by himself, and then another one of Paint with Paint biting onto his forepaw and dragging him out along the bridge.
Threats. Lost just reattaches the hand to his suit and gives a very nervous chuckle. It's. I know your heart is in the right place, Paint, but really, I shouldn't be disturbing his privacy like that. And
He sends the image of the doggo Arabane with Paint next to him and Paint getting head pats on the end of the bridge.
Lost is just being quiet now because Paint is poking holes in every single excuse.
So this is going to end with Paint dragging him off. Got it?
Basically, yeah, sounds like.
I mean, you guys need a month anyways for Dr. Volt.
Well, no, that's for it to be finished. I can work on it incrementally.
True.
It doesn't need to have how many I remember the formula now to figure out how many it was. It doesn't need to have 73 different enfeebling spells in it.
So, I would like to note another important thing that needs to be acquired. Okay, so, Fret needs to get a journal.
That's not very hard.
Yes.
It's not hard to get a journal.
Okay, so as a mute musician, I get the ability Insights from the Beyond, which allows me to add a abjuration, conjuration, well, yeah, that's the two schools. Sorcerer or wizard spell to my spell list.
Yep.
There's a abjuration spell that I am going to be picking up.
Yep.
Incendiary runes.
Yep, I expected that. I expected the Book of Ix to return.
Why must you do this?
Because you guys need emergency buttons.
I just the moment when Vari was like, I need to get a blank journal. No.
Oh, nope, I already knew what it was.
Yeah, I already knew what it was too. When
Vari found the class and I looked at it briefly, I saw that and I was like, hey, look, a Book of Ix is going to be created. By the way, for Zim's chat and people who don't know, in the previous campaign that you can watch, it's all on YouTube. Ixadrass, Viv's character, figured out that the DM here, the GM here, would allow Explosive Rune to be put on each page and be allowed to go off all at once. So can you imagine 50 explosive runes, 2d6 each going off at once? I will allow that. They're called a Book of Ix.
Yeah, so sadly,
What's the quote?
incendiary runes is only 1d6 of fire. Sadly.
Yeah, but that's still 50d6 of fire damage.
Yeah.
What's the quote? Gentlemen, we may not go down in history, but we will certainly change the geography.
Yes. Ix is entirely about. You know what? Somebody's gonna die. You, me, or everyone else.
Ix has taken down at least 2 islands in that campaign.
Yep.
Yeah, at least 2.
I thought we only did one.
The one that Sean destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that was like a tiny islet.
Still counts.
Also, I mean, this is actually the campaign where having an emergency nope button like that is feasible.
Oh,
If
yeah,
we're
I mean,
Because
I'm going to have an emergency nope button.
Having multiple is not a bad thing.
What were you saying, Sim?
I was basically just agreeing. I forget exactly what I said.
So welcome to the script, Zim. Weapons of mass destruction are common here, apparently.
No.
I am
You
okay
need
with
to
this.
understand. The emergency button is not something that kills. It is something that makes the thing it is used on wish.
Yeah,
Whereas
because,
Ix address goes, so I heard you wanted a thermonuclear bomb and force damage.
But yeah, the because of the nature of how we work with the if we get obliterated on a planet, we get yeeted but still exist. Having a way to immediately go kaboom kind of is a thing, potentially, maybe.
So I've got the emergency button. You've got the self-destruct.
Together, they form the black box reaction.
The nope. We're just going to call it the nope.avi. Got it. So the question is, now that we know what a certain Kitsune is doing for the next month, probably, and what the scientist is doing for the next month. Hey, Shoal, what are you doing for the next month?
Making money.
Understood. We'll cover that.
Nuclear launch detected.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Something Lost needs to make.
What?
Simple has informed me. It's perfect for Lost to make this. Lost, you need to make the muffin button.
Oh, emergency muffin button.
Lost can make a button that is made out of muffin.
He can technically create food, or take the create food spell.
Yeah, but it's not as good as actual food, though.
Did you skip some numbers?
Me?
Yeah.
How so?
No, I'm asking, did you? I don't remember 14.
I'm
No,
confused
he's talking to me.
Oh.
No, I didn't. The 14 was when I told you to focus.
Okay.
When yeah. For the rest of you, I have been slowly counting up in the number of bits that I've been sending to Oneko.
And I greatly appreciate it. But
Throughout this, just randomly, I'm on 15 now. I started 1 bit, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits.
I've been getting 69, so...
Thank you,
Oh, I
Varien.
sent a few 69s to Oneko as well.
Jeez.
Hey, these are free bits.
I'm not complaining. Any money I get goes back into the stream one way or the other. So, Though I do encourage all viewers that are watching me here on my channel to go and support either Oneko Taigo or Razim, as they both actually use the money while I just filter this back into the stream or one of my other projects. So,
I mean, mine either goes to probably something that is streaming related, like a new game, or it goes into food.
see, you get food. Mine all directly goes back in the stream. I work my 40-hour job to support myself. Unless you guys actually get to the point of being able to support me without my job, in which case I quit my job and then I'm going to be diving into music, art projects, and streaming my mind out of. But
Yeah, so support era harder.
But I did. Good luck. My house is expensive.
So, minor hitch in your idea for me to learn, create food and water.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
You need
third
2
level,
more levels.
It's a
Or-
third
yeah.
level spell.
Oh, I thought
can't-
it's not a can. Oh, right. D&D 3.5e is different.
Create water is
Yep.
Paladin doesn't get a caster level until like 3rd or 4th level.
And I don't get cantrips.
You do get take cantrips. Everybody can have cantrips in this game.
Sorry, correction. I do not get cantrips
Naturally.
normally.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, stupid me for confusing systems again.
That's fine. Also, I get 4 first level spells a day.
So you don't even need a month to fill up a journal. Got it.
Yeah, so, yeah, like, what, like 12, 13 days?
Understood. And well, the reason why I'm doing this is because you're not going to be allowed to take a mission from Tooth for at least a week anyways.
Yeah.
But I do want to
Also-
see Paint drink a certain somebody out into the Bridge of Nothing. But also,
We need to do a follow-up on our establishment of a unified navigation system.
my brain shut off during that, and I know what you said, but at the same time, I don't. Can you say that
A unified navigation system.
Oh, right, you were
whole-
trying to create that.
Yeah.
With the
me and
scientists.
Volt. Yep.
Yes.
Yep, and because volt is already a unit of measurement, and I'm Tyago, things shall be measured in fleams.
Okay.
I
I mean,
don't know about all this.
thank you, Zim. I mean, you two can go ahead and argue what the name of your measurement system is going to be. Y'all do that, and then tell me what. And then come up with an argument of why you should convince the scientific community why it's a good idea too, because the scientific community here might actually look at flames and be like, if you're not watching my stream, I'm staring at the stream right now.
Duke.
Holding a wine glass specifically too. You can't see it, but this is a wine glass, chat.
Is one of the fancy
with
ones.
your wine glass, do you have any strong opinions on the nature of men?
Yes, but I'm not going to state them.
Does it involve them being a type of hoard of secret information?
No, it has absolutely everything to do with the fact that I find them visually appealing, yet I'm asexual. I want to lick them, but not because of the reasons why I want to lick them.
Lewd.
I'm gay and ace. It sucks.
So instead of Dracula, you are Malzeno.
You are pretty because you're aesthetically pleasing. I want to lick your face, but I don't want to have sex with you. I just want to lick your face and possibly bite your ear.
Pat.
Do not encourage the bat.
Okay,
Oh no.
so let's do this. Yes, lick all the guys. Thank you for the bits again, Sam. Jesus.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Fret is at Dr. Volt's mercy as far as the whatever it gets called. So yeah, because
Yeah.
Fret can't really make a good argument.
Well, let's do this.
Sounds like something Fred should work on.
Yes. I mean, you can bring Shoal to argue things. So why don't we do this? Hey, you three are now in a room discussing the unit of measurement for creating a universal for this place measurement tool. I will get back to paint and last in a short moment because I'm pretty sure that paint is going to at some time in the next month drag a certain somebody out to the bridge of nothing, whether he likes it or not, and we can handle that role play in a moment. I can go get more drink because I just cleared out my glass of wine here, and I need more grape flavored water, or possibly dragon fruit flavored soda. I'll figure it out when I get there.
Go do the thing.
Yes, you three do the role play because I want to see Shoal arguing on behalf of a certain mute bard with the Dr. Volt.
Please, Fret. Sorry, please, Shoal. You gotta help Fret here. Please, please. Just Fret doing the pleading eyes at Shoal. Please tell him to stop.
I think Oneko is
He's
wanting me to stop
tormenting
right
the
now.
bat.
Oh no. Shoal.
Shoal is thinking about it.
Shoal is thinking about arguing his semblance of common sense into Dr. Volt.
Shoal is not sure this is going to go very well.
He is donating what one word at a time a sentence.
Alright, I need a sec because I think my ramen's kind of.
Shoal is just going to look at Shoal is going to look at Fret and just give him this really face.
Fret will just kind of do the like pleading nod.
Why would you do this to me? Why would you hurt me in this way?
Zim, by the way.
I told you, don't thank me. Just keep on with the roleplay.
Yeah, so there's a kitsune pleadingly looking at a cat shark that is not saying anything.
This cat shark does not look enthused whatsoever for this entire situation. Ugh. Roll diplomacy.
Okay, hold on.
You let him catch up, huh? Thank you.
Oh, that is a spicy diplomacy. That is a 29.
I would call that a success because I don't think I can. I don't even think I could challenge that on any of my rolls.
You could crit it. You could crit it.
Oh, you couldn't crit skills.
Oh yeah, that is fair.
Well, there is the red rule, but
By the way, Vari, did you see what I linked you of the new limited job?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to realize that every single one of my talk to people skills are negatives.
Oh no.
So I literally can't even challenge that.
Shoal is being convinced by his pet to do something he doesn't want to.
That's how it works in real life too.
Yes, it does.
Mine would likely be negative if it weren't for a trait that I took of
Social something or other.
yeah, a clever wordplay.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the thing where you can use int instead of thing. Or
Yeah.
something like that.
But I want to set the scene that Shoal and Fret are are there, somewhere in private, and Fret just drops to his knees, puts his hands together, and gives the puppy dog eyes
Mhm.
to
That's pretty accurate.
Shoal, who is technically more feral.
Mhm.
And Shoal, being the feral, intelligent creature, just rolls his eyes and goes, "Fine!"
Yeah, basically. Just, ugh!
Mainly because I just want to hear the discussion of why fleet is a bad idea for a measurement unit.
Fleet. Hey, a fleet. That's an interesting. But no.
No, it's a fleam.
A fleam? Yeah, a fleam. I'm saying fleet because I can't bear myself to call something a fleam.
You might not get a choice if he rolls high enough.
We shall see. Discuss.
DM goes, no.
The scientific community as a whole has vetoed your opinion, I think is what might be the thing.
They refuse to call it a
Your research is good. Your unit of measurement is dog shit. Pick another one.
The scientific community, by which I mean me and my assistant, have decided that your naming conventions are, quite honestly, flaming garbage.
I just imagine an undergrad sitting there looking over the paper and handing it back and being like, "I'll give up my master's degree for this one. Give it another fucking name, please." I've heard some stupid shit in grad school, but this takes the cake.
I mean, is it really worse than a group of than a measurement of like really small things being a mole?
No, because they actually had a reason behind calling it a mole.
Was it a good reason?
A quasi good reason. You can look it up.
Was it named after someone named Mole?
No. Here, let me double check my sources here really quickly. The mole is a key unit of measurement, is the name derived from the word molecule.
Oh, fair
Similar
enough.
to how dozen is in another way of saying 12. So the reason why mole is a very tiny unit of measurements, very specifically a mole is a molecule, is because a molecule. So my source was correct.
Okay, but does this explain why a unit of measurement of mass is a firkin?
A firkin was a name. I like physics. Particularly,
Also-
I'm particularly interested in particle physics.
Oh, physics, huh?
Yes, I actually like physics. Particle
Okay,
physics.
what about a beard second?
Beard second was I'm hearing a hyena laughing.
I love
Oh, Sada.
physics.
I do love physics.
Why did that go on for so long?
It's so Seda has that absolutely adorable hyena laugh that is just the epitome of joy.
It's great.
And he shared one of his clips with me, and I'm like, "Can I make this a sound clip?" And he said yes. And so now it exists.
My favorite clips, though, are the Krisov's clips.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are pretty
Whee!
great.
I'm not sure why a beard unit is a thing. I'm sure there's a reason, but I'll look it up later.
Okay, now here's okay. Okay,
Almost that much.
I have my ace card now.
Oh no.
Because there is a unit of measurement that is defined as 1 kilowatt hour per Martian day. And
Wait.
that is a pirate ninja.
I love it.
Well, Fred, I think you just lost this argument.
But, God damn it. We've lost.
Okay, Taya, since you're going this route, I need to know what a A fleet is. Exactly.
Fleet.
Can I get back to you on that for the next session?
Fine. But we're going to move on. God.
Yeah, what I saw, I just saw as a pirate ninja is defined as 1 kilowatt hour per Martian day.
I can guarantee you this was an internet vote because Bodie McBoatface is a dinghy.
Bodie McBoatface.
I love the internet and the things it comes up with. And
But at
Bodie
the same
McBoatface is fantastic. But a pirate ninja? I hate the fact that I love it. So I'll be in the corner of depression if anybody needs me for the rest of this game. It is right over there. No, it's right over there. No, that's where my snake is. That's happy place. That's where my green screen goes. Nope, that's where work is. It's over there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair, actually. Absolutely fair.
It's behind the green screen. Yes, Chad, I'm using a green screen because it makes my hand movements work because I am so white I apparently blend in with the white painted doors in my fucking office.
Well, have you tried not having white doors?
No, because it looks aesthetically pleasing. Go ahead.
I swear I remember something, and I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, but I seem to remember like the original version of the Kinect just like having difficulty detecting black people.
I'll look that up later. In the meantime, accidental racism aside,
They did not test that very well.
No, we're not going to touch the subject of the Kinect and why it's a commercial failure and everything else because there's so many reasons why that thing.
Well, there's a lot of reasons.
Technologically speaking, it was a very capable device. The problem is they didn't invest in its programming at all. The Kinect was amazing as a piece of technology.
As I hear it, the modern iterations are still quite amazing, and several VTubers use them for full body tracking.
Oh.
They can be, with the right programming that Xbox never put out. You have no idea how much of a commercial success the Xbox 360 could have been if they developed it properly. Holy God.
People were fucking primed for it. I mean, this was the same generation as the Wii.
Bear in mind, the Wii was also a very high level of technology. Nintendo has this thing where they'll use old technology in new ways because it's cheaper and it's easily protected. The thing about the Wiimote is that its technology, even with the infrared sensors, is actually very cool. And the fact that they got to work as accurately as they did with the cheap components they used is also amazing. I'm going to stop ranting. I might be that kind of nerd.
I mean, it's great, and yeah. Okay, so random side tangent before we leave this conversation, though. Of the Kinect, I must say I am incredibly amused by the fact that with the like voice sensor stuff with it, that there were people in like Call of Duty lobbies or whatever, telling each other's Kinects to shut down.
It was an impressive time in gaming that fell so flat due to lack of execution. Sorry, Zim, but let's move on because Paint is going to drag somebody somewhere that they don't want to be. Yeah. I think.
So, I guess so. My guess is that basically. Last has been going to his bakery every day for like a week or two before Paint finally has enough. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Last.
No, you are correct. But Lost would attempt to have a few days of normalcy at the very least.
And then Paint is like, nope, you're doing this. And so one day, as we are, as we're walking towards the bakery, Paint is just going to veer off in a different direction.
Last is going to be confused, but follow, because it's Paint. He doesn't want to let Paint wander off on their own.
You saw what happened last time. Half the city was looking for him and couldn't find him. Like he went out to the bridge to nowhere, where nobody will go.
Mm-hmm.
And Paint's just going to go around, seeming like normal day-to-day kind of stuff, sniffing at things, probably marking a couple of wagons.
Hi, Mala.
Oh.
I'm getting cheesed. It's okay. Go ahead.
But he's always, he's very purposeful on where he seems to be wandering, because it is constantly getting closer and closer to that bridge. Until suddenly we're in that torn apart, destroyed, war-torn area.
Yes, Lost, you remember this place very well. Very few residents actually live out here. Those that do usually are the kind that have been from such places and don't want to be in normal society ever again. You would know because you yourself once lived out here.
Paint, if you wanted to come out here, could you at least have waited until I made some fresh bread?
Ruff. Arr.
What?
And he just sends the image of Doggo Erebane at the end of the bridge.
There's a pause as Lost realizes what is going on here. And he just slowly lifts his hands up and takes a step back. Now, Paint.
Paint is dashing forward and biting onto Last's cloak.
Why did I wear my official clothing to work today?
Okay, shorts, pants, whatever. Just
I
a
think
clothing object.
I think it's funny that he wore his official clothes today.
Works for me then. Either way, it is now being dragged in.
He could totally just flop and make this a whole lot harder because he knows Paint is not that strong. And yet...
Out of character, he is a cat-like being. So the fact that he is getting dragged across the bridge by a dog is amusing to me, therefore canon.
I'm fine with this. But yeah, I feel like I should make a roll of some kind when we get to the bridge, because that would be where he actually starts resisting.
Roll me and we'll save.
A wise decision.
That seems very appropriate. Where's my D20?
And I'll actually describe the bridge to nothing of what happens. I've gotten cheesed again.
Get cheese, nerd.
I'm getting cheesed a lot.
Thank you
With
for
new
the follow,
saves?
Karth.
This is a lot of cheese.
Oh goodness! With my new saves, that's 11.
I'm going to say that 11 is not enough for you to get out of the whole I'm being dragged somewhere I don't want to be, and that you're possibly in panic lockup.
That would make sense. Because for Last, he just locks up at one point. He is staring out into that void.
Yep. So to describe officially, since before it was side notes of what the bridge to nothing's actually like, the further you get, the worse the war gets, and the more that the land is destroyed. The more that this area around you is no longer connected and torn apart. It's like, can y'all take it easy on the cheese for a bit, please? Appreciated. Man, you guys totally got me the cheese. No, it's not just you, beer or squeaky toy. They're y'all. I need to put a timer on that damn cheese.
Yeah.
The worse it gets, it goes from being a city to what looks like a town to what looks like maybe a main street in a district, like the one street in those really tiny towns that have less than 100 people, being distant and torn apart, on fire and everything else, to nothing. Literally nothing. And when I say nothing, I don't mean nothing. I mean the absence of color, nothing. The absence of light, nothing. Just this bridge is just kind of a Romanesque style stone path into the very end where it just seems to end, question mark. And you do see Erebane there, currently as an anthro, bottle in his hand, guitar loosely hanging out of his lap, seeming almost not to pay attention as you get dragged up, whether you like it or not. Last. It's almost like there is a end right at the bridge. But there's not, where things go so weird that there is no such thing as weird. Paint ran right down this with no problem and probably didn't pay attention.
No, Paint was paying attention to Last. He was making sure Last came with him.
No, I meant last time that you were out here.
Oh, yeah.
But out here, things are just... There's no sound, there is sound. There is no color, there is color. You're at the precipice of what and not what. Your minds cannot conceive in the place that you are. Yes, Erebane is just sitting out there. You may proceed.
So Last is seizing up at the start of, I'm guessing, like, right where the buildings and such stop on the edge?
Yep. He freezes up, and one hand is started just sort of clutching at his chest, and he's just stuck, staring out to the bridge leading into nothing. And for him, it's almost like there's this pulsating static haze at the edge of his vision.
Paint is going back to Last, sending Rex, who this day is a water familiar, a water elemental, up onto Last's shoulders. And he's having Rex close his wings around Last's the eye holes on the mask. Can still see through them, but it's looking through water.
Chillax, Brohan. Chillax. Chillax. Chillax, 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 chillax. Mondo.
Paint is...
Gnarly tubular. Way cool, way cool, way cool, way cool. Chillax.
Paint is sending mental image of Doggo Lost going out and getting head pats from Doggo Erebane. And the sense of home and safety that Paint is... And he gets the image that Paint will be right there wherever Last wants him. And the image is just Paint kind of staying here or going next to him or going out there, going out there with him or staying here, but ready to go. And then he emphasizes the last and Arabane doggos being alone together.
I can't.
Are you broadcasting this to Arabane as well? Arabane.
He is not.
Paint. Okay.
His focus is on last.
Understood.
Paint is going to use Cold Blast on last mask. A weak version, but basically splash in the face kind of thing.
Roll your will save again.
I was kind of hoping for an earth element today, but you know, I could make water work.
Oh, that's 18.
You're breathing again. Congratulations. Welcome back to reality. Oops, there comes gravity. I'm ashamed of myself.
Nope. That's very appropriate, as Lost is going to just collapse to his knees, and he's not really going to balance himself very well at the moment, and he kind of flops forward, and there is a resounding crack as his mask impacts the stonework.
Paint is quickly going over and doing the healing lick. He does have mending, so if need be, he can cast that. You're gonna need to speak up. You were really quiet.
You said specifically paint, I can't.
Yep. Lost is telling Paint that he cannot. He's kind of having a panic attack right now.
Paint is pushing his nose up under one of Lost's arms, kind of trying to lift him up, and sending along the image that of Paint staying next to Lost, and the follow-up image is Paint standing in front of Lost, being protector.
It's... You can't.
He will not.
Roll a strength check, Paint. Show me that player good luck, damn it.
Oh boy. With a -1.
Strength check from the tiny doggo.
Oh no.
Watch him roll a natural 20.
Come on! Oh, for a second there, I thought it was a 1. And I'm like, really?
I mean, it's not going to be enough. You do also have reroll.
True. I will use it. Boom.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, I accidentally threw the dice off the table. What's this magic here? Oh, nope.
Damn it.
I didn't see anything. Did anybody else see anything? How about you, chat? Did you see that dice magically change it into zone? No, you didn't. Make sure to mark off your inspiration, Zim.
Will do.
You get it back next session anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we haven't left the city, so
Mm-mm.
So yeah,
Oh,
Paint is dragging Lost along.
Somehow.
oh no, it's like rule of cool story narratives nonsense is happening right now. Oh my goodness, who would have imagined that Paint would have such strength to be able to natural 20 drag a... Wait a minute, they're an energy being and not that heavy, all the way across the bridge in front of Erebane.
In fairness, my getup is something like 50 pounds.
I'm pretty sure even a tiny doggo can carry 50 pounds.
Or at least drag it.
Yep. Bear in mind that Paint is going to be absolutely exhausted when he gets there because, you know, there were actual dice rolls and reasons behind them, but in narrative, I'm allowed to do what the fuck I want. Fuck off.
Yeah.
There goes your goddamn, money from this. Fuck YouTube. Hey. It's not like the god is watching things go on right now. Hey, last.
Yeah.
As you're dropped in front of Erebane,
Well,
you feel his gaze on you. Go ahead.
it's more Paint just kind of collapses as soon as he gets over there, just panting heavily.
oh,
Erebane does the thing where he manifests a dog bowl, pushes it a distance away with his tail, with a little bit of liquor in it, picks you up and sets it next to it and says, "You deserve a drink."
He laps at it.
spicy water.
Rex shouts "Cowabunga" and tackles you. Also, welcome, Rex. Thank you.
Oh.
And Erebane refocuses on you. Erebane. I did say that right that time, I think. And he goes, "Welcome to my prison. I never thought you'd actually be brave enough to come out here. It looks like you just needed a pet."
I'm not brave. He's currently just sort of staring down at the bridge, not even up at Erebane. And there's just the sound of his fingers repeatedly scraping over the stonework.
Mask off. You don't need the mask or the suit here. In the city, I don't know why you insist on wearing it.
Because I could lose myself.
No, you can't.
What makes you so sure?
He motions at himself. This is my domain. You're in my head. He does the whole pointing at his head with the upside down finger gun. This is where you are. He taps his head a little bit. You do realize that I could make everybody here happy by taking away their free will and just making them blindly obedient and brainless like most gods do. Come on. I know this place is scary, but you don't have to live here. I do. And I know you have a pair. I gave them to you.
I'm not exactly finding that very funny at the moment.
You're not ready for this, are you?
second. Lost is going to reach up with one hand and undo his mask, still kind of cracked as it is, and lay it on the ground. He's still not looking up.
You wanted me alone for some reason.
It was a selfish reason.
Urbane rolls his eyes and takes another swig of his drink. Then he offers the bottle over.
What one of his magenta eyes just sort of slides up into position to see the bottle. He almost seems like he wants to say something about it. And then he pushes himself up and takes it.
You get drunk if I decide you get drunk. Take a swig.
It's less the alcohol. It's more the liquid sitting inside my mask for a while. And then he basically pours it over his head because it doesn't really matter. Because he's going to absorb it.
His hand is still extended, waiting for you to hand it back.
He only pours for about a second or two, then hands the bottle back.
That's going to kick your ass. And I'm not sorry.
Are you
The me that you know in there is not the real me as well. Welcome to the real me.
Why is it so hard to think of what to say now?
Because most people don't ever come out this far. And you don't know what to say because there is nothing to say. What do you say when you're standing at the edge of nothing with somebody that's been trapped here for centuries? Hundreds of years, thousands, I don't even know what time is anymore. Time doesn't really exist here. By the way, when you get back to your bakery, it's going to be the exact same time in Twilight because you are so far outside of everything that you could have been here for 30 years and it wouldn't have changed a damn thing. Technically, we're in the nothing right now. As I show myself taking a drink, but you can't see me taking a drink, so he takes another drink.
Why did you? It's stupid of me to ask now. I mean, it was so long ago.
Time is relative. Why did I what?
Sponsor me.
You asked. And you accepted the fate that comes along with being with somebody like me. I am not a good creature.
And I am not courageous.
I don't know, you're sitting here right now, aren't you? You're not running and screaming.
Only because all my attention is currently focused on you and paint.
Oh no, courage is not feeling fear. Courage is, not to quote an asshole, but courage is being afraid and yet still standing. And I'm not kidding about that. The fact that you're standing here and not running and screaming like a little baby or jumping off into the nothing means that there has to be something in you that wants to A, exist, and B, is willing to stand here and exist because of the people that you care about. Surprise, you have courage.
Fine. I'm courageous. That doesn't mean every fiber of my being doesn't want to turn away.
You wanted to speak to me, and you got the real me. Or you can go speak to the avatar in me that is constantly and honestly never yielding me, harassed by everybody and everything. He's in there. A version of me. Do you want the real me or do you want that me?
Is it bad I considered to just collapse briefly when you said I was still standing here?
No. Do you think I want to be here? Here sucks. I'm just glad I can bring myself alcohol every once in a while. Do you know what it's like to meet yourself? It's weird.
I was about to say, it's likely very strange.
It's like seeing my twin again.
I keep wanting to say things, but they get caught. I don't exactly have a throat. I would liken it more to webs.
Why did you want to speak to me?
Sorry, I need a hot minute.
Oh no. The minute's hot. It burns. It burns. It hurts. I'm going to use the bathroom
no.
if you need a hot minute.
Yes, that's
Give him the old spicy minute.
Lick it. It burns so good. I'm done. I'm walking away. Ow. Go to bed.
Was that instant karma?
I think that was.
Instant karma.
So they confirmed they're giving us a Eureka.
Oh?
And this expansion is going to have a relic, or it's going to have some sort of mission-y zone, a la Eureka or Buzz.
Okay then.
This time round doesn't suck so bad.
I, for one, welcome our red chocobo overlords.
I, for one, am looking forward to painting some happy little trees all over their corpses.
No. I enjoyed the Red Chocobo fight. I enjoyed all those fights. I didn't enjoy doing them 52,000 fucking times.
Yeah, that was the problem.
The grind is what made it irritating.
Yes. Also, still BRB.
Yeah, if there was like any other source of getting progress, it would have been nice.
Or just not a high enough level that you had to spend 13 hours of your life grinding the same goddamn terrible boss.
Yeah.
So, I have stream saw it. You guys haven't. So I want you to imagine what a female Hrothgar would look like. That's what a female
Okay.
Hrothgar looks like.
Oh,
They are they are
Beefy cat
exactly what you would expect.
Beefy cat ladies or just furry Rodigan?
I mean, Hrothgar are to male Rogadin, as female Hrothgar are to female Rogadin.
that might be wonderful. I need to see this now. Is there screenshots?
There are, but let me just grab you the one shown in the trailer.
Okay, cool.
This will go into just, I guess, general chat.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's the top half of those legs.
Huh. The face kind of
weird.
is. Yeah.
Their face feels much less like Eli, the male Hrothgars.
Yeah, the nose is what gets me.
Did they try to go for like a soft? Like I think I tried to make their face just look like softer, and it just kind of came out looking weird.
Let me see if I can't find the... Actually, I don't know if they've uploaded it yet, but I'm gonna look for the female Hrothgar. Okay, they have uploaded the trailer for female Hrothgar.
Let me take a look. Also, just for viewership, I like Final Fantasy XIV. Bosnia made me quit.
Oh, Bosnia.
Or Bosnia, sorry.
Bosnia's a real place.
Brain. Oh, they did the face wrong. Bosnia,
Yeah, that's what...
the reason why I ended up quitting is because I had to burn myself out so bad. Bearing in mind I work a full-time job, and at the time I was streaming, starting to stream, and doing 2 games and DMing and playing in several other games. The amount of time I had to commit just to get to the final boss, by the time I got there, everybody had already done it, and it just wasn't fun anymore to get there.
Yeah.
Like, it literally to the point where I haven't probably played in over a year.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
two.
actually you progressed further than I did. Actually, I quit before you.
Yeah, it was so rough trying to get to the final raid that by the time I got there, I was just done playing.
Like I was still trying. It makes me sad because there's still a mount that I want from Bosnia, but I'm never gonna have time to grind out everything I need to even attempt the fight.
I mean, the fight was a country, Toshime. So yes, it was a good instance. I enjoyed the instance at first, but just getting to the raids and getting to participate in the raids was such a slog. Like, not even a slag, a slog.
For me,
and I was trying to get to the
Let Zim speak.
Sorry.
Yeah.
For me, with Final Fantasy XIV, it's like I have had no end of problems with that game. I I played it back when the first expansion came out. I had I had grabbed the collector's edition of that. I enjoyed it a bit. For me, it was like every time that I would try to play it, a friend would get me in there, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll play it with you," and it's like, "Cool, let's play." And they were always busy with endgame stuff. And so I was stuck there trying to slog through the first, the original game.
It
Which,
took me.
The original game was absolute slog.
Yeah, I've heard they fixed it, but it took me 2 years to catch up with Vari, Viv, Kaya, and Key. And when I finally got there, it quickly became apparent that somebody that works a full-time job and does all the side projects that I do, that I can't keep up
yeah.
with how much time they have to play. And I entered every instance and every fucking raid after they did. And do you know what really kills the game? When you can't experience things new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When people are telling you how to do everything.
Yeah, if you aren't, like, there on day one patch, then, like, just people are... And that's a big thing, is people get so upset at people that, like, just want to experience the content for themselves instead of, like, watching a video about it.
Which I literally begged in instances people not to give me hints. I will say this. Final Fantasy XIV is way better than World of Warcraft ever was on the friendly community and people helping each other out. 1,000 times, and that's why I stuck so long.
I mean, World of Warcraft had a decent community to start with, and then Blizzard went, alright, we're getting rid of everything that involves interacting with other people.
Yeah, but we're not going to touch on the Blizzard thing. Because, my god.
It just goes further downhill.
I have lost multiple friends because I'm sitting here trying to get through that, starting the base game. And I would have friends that would tell me they'd offer to buy me the level skip thing to skip the base game. I had others that were like, "You're scum if you do that because it's super important that you play through all of this." And I'm just sitting here like, I'm having no fun here. I am paying $15 a month to not have fun.
Yeah, the base game, the base game did suck. I heard they changed it. I heard it's better, but the base game sucked. Everything got better after the first expansion. After the first expansion, I actually started having fun. But then I got to end game and I couldn't keep up with everybody else because I got all these other things going on. And I was just like, well, this game requires you to go through hell to get to anything.
I kept hearing the same thing, is that it's like after the base game it gets good. And it's like, I would love to get there. But it takes so much freaking time.
I wish I would have paid for the level skipped. It would have saved me a year of my life. No, it's just, if you don't have the time to commit to it, it's not fun.
And like around the time that was going on was when you had so much craziness going on in, like, life.
Yeah. Well, I did. I got through what I consider probably the actual ending of the game, and I was satisfied. And I was just like, you know what? I'm done. I want to go back to it. I do, because it was a fun game. It's just I just don't want to go through the raids anymore, having people shout at me what to do. And I was a healer. I enjoyed healing in that game so much,
also,
which is funny because I hated
the best.
Oh yeah, how many? I killed you once with that, or I tried to.
I gotta say that my biggest gripe would probably be that monthly subscription.
Yeah.
Like, when you've got MMOs like Guild Wars 2 that doesn't have one, and also has full voice acting, I'm sorry.
I can understand the monthly subscription. What I can't understand is why it takes 30 steps to get to the first step of any fucking situation in the game. That's the part I think that bothers me, because they'll... Go ahead.
Pray return to the waking sands.
Yeah, me trying to get a raid to go with Vari, Viv, and Key into any raid in that game requires probably 3 hours of my life just to get to the first raid. And it's like, well, after a certain point, the questing's all well and good, and I understand their story, but when you're trying to catch up with your friends as somebody that's not been there since the beginning, it's painful.
I remember, like, what was it? They changed it, I think. But there was, like, a fate that you had to do in order to get to, like, the second step of the Crystal Tower raids.
Yeah.
And it took forever to get that fate to spawn.
Yeah, it took a while.
I seem to remember there being a few fates that were required for the Crystal Tower raids.
Yeah, there was like one in between each of the things, or something like that.
There was a quest line in between.
Hildebrand fate.
Yeah, I didn't even do that. No, then that's probably my second biggest gripe. Biggest gripe number one is you can literally beg other players to, hey, don't tell me anything, and they will tell you stuff no matter what you do. Number two is, like, just to get chocobo coloring, just to be able to change the thing of my chocobo, or change the color of my chocobo, took me an hour and a half of random questing. And it's like, I understand that there's supposed to be story, but after a certain point, don't you guys think that maybe you should simplify that quest down to one or two little tasks instead? But the raids were just as bad. You had to go through the story and run from here to there to the other thing with NPCs that you had to find that only spawned if you did the thing, and then go back to the original place and finally get the raid. And then the raid is not actually the end of the quest. You still have to do the raid, succeed at the raid, and then go back to get the second part, and then do a quest to get the second part.
Yeah, thankfully they calmed down on that signif.
In late game, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
intro
yeah,
game.
with more expansions, they found, they basically went, okay, people don't like this rigmarole of you're gonna spend more time questing than you are doing the fate, or more time questing random bullshit than you are doing the raid.
Yeah.
So they went, okay, we're gonna even this up a little bit,
which is fine.
Generally, the progression for raids now goes something like: there's a bit of story up front, you get to the raid, you do the first fight, you get dumped out into this little room. Then anything you need to do happens in that little room. You do the next fight, you get dumped back in the same little room.
Yeah,
and then maybe there might be a little something that needs to be done before the fourth one.
Hey, I'm just glad that they learned from the having a solo instance gating half of an expansion.
Yeah.
Right? Holy crap. Baja was a slog, though.
One of the things that I have to praise 14 for is that they are very good at iterative design. They take what worked the last time, cut out what didn't work, and try to go from there.
Zim, what you were about to say?
Well, quick remark on that. The problem that they have is that they need to go back and redo the stuff that didn't work. But
yeah,
I believe
they did a pass on that a while back, but it was still bad.
Like for me, I've also had problems just trying to give them my money. Like
that's an aspect too.
My original account was completely lost. None of their customer service would help me get it back. I tried multiple times because it's like, I keep having friends who are into it and wanting to drag me in there. So eventually I'm just like, fine, I'll buy a new account. Bought it, and the download link they sent me wasn't even the real link. It took me to a 404 page. And so then I spent several hours trying to figure out how to download the frickin' thing.
And you see, this is why I'm glad I just took the basic bitch route and bought the fucking game on Steam.
Yeah, same here.
I bought it on Steam back in the day. And the account, something happened with the account, and I can't get it back.
Oh yeah, they changed from something to a Square Enix account or something.
Yeah, that crap. We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah,
and believe me, it could be worse. Because Varien knows what I'm probably about to start.
We're not going to talk about the Blizzard thing.
No. I was going to talk about play online.
But
I'm not talking about that either, because both
Um,
Blizzard and Play Online need to go.
Play Online is dead. Like they're gone already.
but yeah,
We should probably get back to game.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to say,
Now-
do you
now that-
want to save
now
the
the cat's back.
conversation for next time?
Oh yeah.
No, we're I think we're done ranting about the negative sides of Final Fantasy 14. But end cap of the conversation. Final Fantasy 14 is great if you got time and patience, a lot of patience.
Or if you
Mainly
just like,
time.
cat people.
Cat people are also pro.
Duke.
I was a cat person. I wish the dragon people didn't.
They're not technically dragon people.
Yeah, they're not. We're
They were
leaving it
designed
behind.
more like demon
Hey.
people.
So hey,
Kai's back. Let's do the thing.
Yeah.
Kai, Key.
Right.
Amish Day.
Where were we?
Yes, actually.
Erebane literally just asked, "What did you want to talk to me about?" Basically, I said my name wrong again.
A few things. One thing. Is there any hope for this dream that I am? And the foolish affection that I might have?
First define hope and then define affection. What is it you seek?
Lost sighs. And they shrug. I know what it is. But the words don't want to come out. I'm probably afraid of being hurt. Just like when I was alive.
Well, you're going to have to come up to the words, because unfortunately I can't answer a question not asked. You're looking for something, and that's not an answer I can give you if you don't know what that something even is yourself. If you can't convey it, I could do the godly thing and read your mind and understand you in a holistic way that you don't even know yourself, but I don't believe in that nonsense at all.
I suppose that's one of the reasons I like you.
Is there a point to this dream if you're relaying to this place? The fact you still exist, even though you survived somehow something that is not supposed to be survived? He shrugs. Fate? Is it real? I guess. Is it intentional? Go ahead.
That's not what I mean. I'm saying that I like you.
Oh, honey. Okay, that's new.
Is it?
Hmm.
It's really not.
If your intention in following me is because you find attraction in me, I would suggest looking elsewhere.
I don't follow you. And I didn't make that oath because of attraction. But I did want to get a chance to do what you're supposed to do. And ask the person you like out on a date.
Unfortunately, the answer will be no. You can't date me. And it's not because I can't find you attractive. I could make you attractive if I wanted you to be attractive to me. It has more to do with the fact that I don't want somebody here with me. The Arabane, you know, when there's an avatar of mine. This here is my prison. This is my fate. I don't want to share it with anybody. And while the loneliness sometimes hurts, and sometimes I wish for a partner or a loved one or somebody here, I also cannot subject somebody to such a fate. I have loved many, and the best thing I can do for those that I love is keep them far, far away from the nothing that I am eternally trapped in. So I am not willing to give it even the slightest chance that somebody else ends up here. You barely stand in this place.
Do you understand why?
Do I need to understand why?
No. I could tell you. It wouldn't change your decision.
There is other happiness to be had here. Here is torture.
Why the fondness for paint?
He is from my world. He does not know the suffering I've had, but he knows the suffering of my world. Anybody could come out here that they want. Nobody does. Because out here is fear and pain. He reaches out and touches the edge of nothing, because right here, do I really have to say more?
You don't.
Paint is attracted by my scent, and I am kind to everybody that's here. Until they don't warrant kindness anymore, and I have to be blunt with them and an asshole. But that is the me in there, not the me out here. And when I say the me, I mean the real me. Anybody that usually comes out here, I usually try to toss back. Sometimes they insist, and I let them go.
Thank you for indulging me. Lost reaches down and picks up his helmet. And even if I didn't fear the loss of myself, these trappings are part of what remains, of all that's left of my people.
Honorable. Maybe ask one of my avatars out.
If I feel so inclined to break the rules, I'll let you know.
He throws up his hands with the bottle and a little liquor splashes out, and he goes, What are rules? Arbitrary things that people say. That you should do. Because they said so.
I think you are far kinder than you give yourself credit.
The horrors that my avatar speaks of that I've committed are minute compared to the things I have done. And allowed to happen.
I never said that they were never done, or that you were never cruel. Just that you are kinder than you give yourself credit for.
Everything has kindness. Last.
Yes, Arabean.
Bend a knee to me and tell me you will never end up as terrible as I have been.
Then let us make a show of it. One last vow. And he holds the helmet out to Arabane and takes a knee, bowing his head. I that remain, that which is last lost, swear that I shall not become as you. I shall not take the path you tread.
He takes your mask, and he checks out in the nothing. As long as you reside in this city, you do not wear the mask. Outside, you'll be provided a better one.
He looks up, stands up, puts his hands on his hips. Just as deadpan of an expression as he can manage. I liked that mask.
Make a new one.
I'm going to have to source the cording again.
Oh no, ask the recallers. You offered your mask and vow. Your vow has been accepted. Tell Paint he's a good boy.
I will, but I thought you were going to put it on my head.
No. To put it on your head would be to crown you a king. Do we really want you to be a king? You have anxiety, dear.
Please don't make me a king. I am shit enough as a team leader.
And there's your answer. Do you really want me to crown you?
Well, I didn't exactly bring my sword to work today.
I can make a sword. Do you want a sword?
No,
I know what you were saying. If you need me, I'm out here. The real me, not the avatar in there, not the avatar in the other worlds. You can come talk to me whenever you're ballsy enough. He looks you up and down to come talk to me. By the way, enjoy the extra weight.
I'm still managing.
Oh, well, it's going to get worse now.
And I'll need to find someone who can adjust my suit.
Good luck.
We'll see if I can ever overcome my fear of dark pits on my own.
He motions. This isn't exactly dark because there is no dark. Nor is there light.
I'm aware. But to my vision, as simple as it is, it's a void. And that's enough to trigger the phobia.
I'm aware. And yes, you do need a new mask when you go out there. I'm a big believer in throwing away those anxieties and problems you have into the void. Get used to it.
And here I'd like to listen to you play.
The guitar? Used.
Now and then. Thank you again for indulging me.
No worries. I'm usually too drunk to play. If you're lucky, you might come out here and hear me.
Maybe I can find that old guitar I played on once and drag it out here.
If you call that a guitar, we got some conversation to have. That 3-stringed mess of an instrument your people created.
It's only one of the many instruments we made. Most of them just happen to be more ubiquitous.
Rank up. Hold the line.
Sure.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Still,
One moment.
Taldarius raided my stream with
Mhm.
4 viewers.
Also,
Taldir-
Key, you shouldn't be afraid of him. He's like a C-tier character at best.
Ouch. What were you saying?
Taldarius, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. Thank you. I know that Starlight is starting soon. We'll be over there shortly.
We're
But-
about to finish up tonight's session.
Yes.
I mean, I played a bit of him in Smash 4, but he wasn't that great at all.
Ow! Ow!
He said he's afraid of dark pits.
Ow!
damn you.
What?
Damn.
You don't question Taya.
Moving on. Before I die.
To finish out tonight's session, you're going to walk away and you're going to pick up paint. And yes, you will hear Arabain actually play his 6th or 7th string instrument. It's kind of impressive because he's got his 6-string guitar. Thank you for the bits. Wait till the sound ends because it's loud. Boo. But his 7th string is made out of a particular material that seems to be able to mimic any sound in creation. It's like a symphony.
And it's wonderful.
Not in his opinion.
It is to Lost. Because to him, the sound resonates through his entire being. To him, it's wonderful.
And paint is being carried like a good pupper.
Yep. Just as he's walking down the bridge, very grateful to be away from the nothing, if only because phobias suck.
Why do I have the headcanon that it starts off as a gentle walk and then slowly ends up as a run?
I accept this headcanon
Yep,
on behalf of him.
this is fine. Just Lost looking down at Kate. Come on, good boy. Let's get home before I get entirely hammered by what he gave me.
Oh, too late. I feel good, do 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 do, and I knew that I would now.
So, Lost and Pant on a night on the town is what's happening potentially, maybe.
Oh, but I feel okay. No,
Stuck in my head now, then.
Yeah.
all right. Well, deal with it. So I guess I should do the raid thing and let people out of here, so that way certain people can do the gamings. So let me do the closeout.
And I apologize for not being the most involved in today's session. You know, the attention was split between 2 different things.
It's fine. You're a
Yeah, it's
scientist.
fine.
Your attention is always split between 30 different things. It's okay. It's okay. But here's what we're going to do over on my channel. We're going to go and raid Razim since they're about to have another game anyway. So thank you so much for joining. We appreciate you. Like, follow, subscribe, blah, 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 blah. Take good care of yourselves. Drink more water. Get plenty of rest, etc. Blah, blah, blah. No raid message. Just type random shit in chat because reasons. Bye. Bye. Oh, no other buys.
Oh no.
Bye.
Bye.
I gotta do
Bye.
my outro still, anyways.
Fine, I'm rating you now.
Rank up. Hold the line.
And ending
This
YouTube.
hamlet shall not fall.
Now we're done.
Drunk
Wow.
_dragon _era raid.
Rinse
I'm
and
just-
random shit in chat because
I'm just
reasons.
waiting for... There we go. All right. Well, yes, thank you for that raid. Welcome, everybody. And thank you all so very much for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I could not do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by checking out the others who also stream this campaign. That would be drunk_dragon_era, who is the storyteller, as well as Oneko Tiago. Did I say it right that time? I hope so. Anyways, they
Yes,
also
that was-
stream it. There will be links to their channels down in the description below if you're watching this on YouTube. But for now, thanks so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
bye. Somebody flip that table.
Can I do the flip?